So, good morning, dear excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. I'm honored to welcome you on behalf of the Central European Energy Conference, organizers of this 17th edition already here in Bratislava. Over the last 16 years, our conference has gone quite a long journey discussing mainly the regional aspects of not only energy security, but also energy transformation. This year, we would like to follow up on the last year's debate, as these are still relevant today, and would like to reflect on all the challenges that are posed by the commitment of Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, but through slightly shifting geo-economic and geopolitical reality. There are many challenges that has been introduced since the last year regarding the stability of energy supplies, resilience of energy networks, resulting into temporary market upheaval with high energy prices last year. In response, the European Green Deal measures aim to untie the dependence on Russian fossil fuels, aligning with broader aim of the Europe to decarbonize and commit sustainable development. So all these struggles are relevant also this year, as we are balancing between high energy prices, old thinking, new thinking, energy transition. And for Slovak Foreign Policy Association, this year edition holds a particular significance as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of our organization. So yes, we are as old as the Republic itself, but discussions are in our DNA, because we believe that bringing together different voices from public and private sector and academia, researchers, we can also cherish the privilege of engaging in dialogue in democratic regime. And we recognize that public debate enhances also better decision-making by fostering transparency and openness. So, our commitment to have this diverse dialogue goes also within this conference, as we aim to unite various energy sectors to address different challenges posed by energy security and transformation. So let's discuss them, and let's see if we are right in the heading of the conference. Is it really a new geo-economic reality we are? Is it a new geopolitical reality? And what have we achieved over the last year? What can we expect in future? So these are uneasy questions that I hope that we will be discussed over the 11 panels within these 2 conference days. And alongside these panels, we have also 2 roundtable discussions where you can share your arguments and insights, and you are also welcome to these. I'm very pleased that also this year we can discuss all these timely European issues also with Ukrainian representatives and stakeholders. And we are also glad that it has already become a tradition that a representative of International Energy Agency presents their flagship World Energy Outlook report. This year we have opted not to print the conference agenda. That is kind of a new element, but instead you can access the entire program online by scanning the QR code. You can see it all on the door, located here in conference spaces. So you can engage also actively in the panels. You can pose the questions to the speakers by going to Slido and using hashtag CEEC. And I hope that our panelists will do the best to answer all your questions and reflect your comments. So before concluding the opening remarks, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to make this conference possible this year. And special thanks goes to our collaborators and partners who offered their kind support to this 17th edition. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a nice, fruitful conference experience. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. State Secretary of Ministry of Economy of Slovak Republic, Mr. Kamil Šaško, and invite him to deliver his introductory remarks of the conference. Thank you very much.
Vážené excelencie,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, let me thank the organizers for having me at the 17th edition of the Central European Energy Conference. That is a recognized platform for discussing current challenges in the field of energy security, in the CEE context, but not only in our region. I'll be very glad if we discuss current challenges, but also challenges ahead of us in the near and more distant future. And therefore, I welcome our guests from Ukraine. I'd like to also thank the organizers. In each and every address I make, I always underline the importance of organizing team. Though they are often invisible, but they are really key for facilitating an important dialogue. And therefore, I'd like to thank for organizing this very important event this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia, together with other countries and regions, is ahead of important and serious challenges that impact the energy sector, but our economies as well. And insecurities when it comes to energy supplies, high prices, and fluctuations, and efforts to mitigate negative impacts deserve and request pragmatic, facts-based solutions. Energy sector is responsible for 75% of CO2 emissions in the EU, and therefore it is inevitable part of all considered solutions. And climate neutrality until 2050, that Slovakia is proudly committed to, requires enormous investments, changes in national economy, and therefore all financial tools, funds, and support mechanisms must be used by Slovakia for economic growth, hand in hand with the consumption curbing, and having the goal to achieve climate neutrality. And in this context, I believe that it's very important to discuss those topics, including green reform, energy efficiency, energy market reform, gas market reform, low carbon mobility, security of energy and gas supplies, and reliability of the grid. Those are all components of the solution. And therefore, I'm very glad that the The new Slovak government pays very close attention to this topic, and most of the topics and solutions you will be discussing throughout this conference will have their solid place in the government manifesto. The European Commission considers the European Green Deal to be the new growth strategy and is also a central point of recovery plan. I also understand that energy really plays a crucial role in the EU plans and energy plans. And energy not only offers a possibility to cut the carbon emission, but also offers the possibility of increased employment, growth, and increasing the quality of life of our citizens. The upcoming summit, COP summit in Dubai that will be carried out on the break of November and December should confirm all the findings and motivate national goals to set specific national governments to set specific goals. Currently, we are drafting national actions and plans that will allow us to maximize the benefits for Slovakia and move us forward to CO2 neutrality. At the same time, we will very thoroughly pursue the need for respecting national specifics and also respecting our clean energy mix. Another important area will be how those measures will impact the business and the just and fair transformation, but not only green and digital transition, as it is a standard at the level of the EU that we completely subscribe to, but also social transformation and transition that goes hand in hand and is often overlooked. It is important to underline that when setting the measures in energy sector, the energy security needs to be an integral part of our national energy strategy. The future of development of the Slovak energy policy is therefore seen by the Slovak government in supporting the current energy mix that is built on nuclear and also renewables. For the upcoming years, Slovakia believes that it is crucial to focus on security of supplies, but also on their price accessibility and also applying the value for money principle. The baseline document that defines the development of energy sector in Slovakia is integrated national energy and climate plan for until 2030. And its update will be finalized in the mid of next year. And this plan will give the basic framework for development of renewables, because not only it contains goals in renewables, but also measures how to achieve those goals. In order to secure accessible prices, we prefer investment support from the EU funds, such as Recovery and Resilience Plan, Modernization Fund, and structural funds in order to secure price accessibility. But also the real possibilities and potential of Slovak Republic must be considered and taken into account. Electro energy requires flexibility and enhancing flexibility of the grid and of the network, and therefore we will need to build new regulated sources of electricity and efficient use of the existing ones in order to enhance their compensation potential for securing the stability of the grid. The Slovak government is ready to support the modernization of the existing water plants, especially those on the river Vach and also Gabčíkovo Dam. We are very serious about this goal. This has been overlooked and estimated in terms of priority while we are starting the preparation work. We also support the electricity storage systems, including the batteries, and I will pay my personal attention to this. The aim of the energy policy is and achieving those goals require investments into the infrastructure and supporting smart and innovative solutions hand in hand with new technologies in the energy sector, together with integration and synergies between public housing, heating, energy will contribute to economic growth. We really want to pay close attention to the housing segment. In the upcoming years, the biggest challenge will be decarbonization of heating industry. The biggest potential is in high efficiency combined electricity production. It gives the biggest promise, and this contributes to increasing the flexibility, and thus district heating is thus an integral part of our energy mix. In spite of using this combined energy production, we will need to integrate heat from renewables in the future. This kind of integration must be reflected in the regulatory framework for heat distribution. The positive example of increasing the share of renewables is planned use of geothermal energy in Košice region and overall enhancement and development of geothermal energy as a source of energy. And to conclude, the priority is to increase the energy use and increasing the energy efficiency, and this approach actually contributes to cutting the carbon emissions. Therefore, the Slovak government will have a priority to increase the energy efficiency and energy savings, and therefore it will focus on implementing the most modern and state-of-the-art ways of managing energy in households, among employers, and we will focus on energy efficiency of buildings and appliances. We need to respect the principle of the energy efficiency being the utmost priority, and we always need to consider whether we can introduce alternative solutions if they are efficient, ecological, and comply with the key parameters, and at the same time achieving the goals that have been set. To conclude, I want to say that this conference will create sufficient room for discussion among key stakeholders about current issues on climate change, energy security, and energy markets. And therefore, I would like to encourage you to have an open and constructive dialogue that could be of inspiration to us and give us food for thought and new impetus for our future cooperation.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, for your introduction. You have sketched several topics, important topics, not only for Slovakia, but for the overall region. And I'm sure that many of them will be debated also throughout our conference from scratch. It's definitely the flexibility and energy storage, which will be discussed on electricity panel, and also development of geothermal. So thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. And now I would like to invite our panelists of the first panel, led by Ms. Zuzana Novak, to take their stage. So please.
And we have a change. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this first panel on European Green Deal. Is Europe on track to meet its commitments? Of course, in the agenda of today's conference, you've got all the names and so on, but let me introduce the panelists of this debate. First, we have the representative voice of the European people, but with strong supervisory role, who is taking also care of the implementation of Green Deal. So welcome to Mr. Vladimir Bilčík, MEP. The European Green Deal leadership cannot be achieved if the EU has no followers. So we have, of course, someone who works on this, and welcome to Adam Cvec from Energy Community. In this panel, we also do have someone who deals with models and policies and verification based on data of what is happening in the EU. So welcome to Paweł Czyżak from Energy and Climate Analyst from Amber. But of course, one cannot be any closer to the European Green Deal than Kurt Vandenberg, Director General from DG Climate Action. And I would like to ask you to take the floor and give us your introductory speech.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable member of parliament. I'm really happy to be here because the questions that you ask for this conference are exactly the questions that many people in Europe are asking themselves. Are we making progress? Are we on track? What if the big emitters in the world don't follow our lead? And who cares about EU energy and climate targets? So I'm very pleased that I have a chance to help answer these questions during those days. You know, when you work on climate policy, as I do every day, you increasingly suffer from mood swings. You alternate between hope and despair. If you listen to science, which we do constantly, then what we see is that 2023 will be likely the warmest year on record and the warmest year in 125,000 years. That's what science is telling us. The World Meteorological Organization tells us that the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere that we're seeing today is the same that happened 3 to 5 million years ago, when temperatures were 2 to 3 degrees higher than today, and the sea level was 10 to 20 meters higher. So that is what we are experiencing, and may I just add, at the risk of depressing you, that, but I will also come to the hope, that we know that today global average temperature has risen by 1.2 degrees since the start of the industrial age, but Europe is already warming at 2.2 degrees, so double the world average, and the Arctic is warming at more than 3 degrees. So we know that before the end of this decade, we will surpass the 1.5 degrees maximum warming that was agreed in the Paris Agreement. What this means, to be very plastic about it, is that the extremes we are currently experiencing, the fires, the floods, the storms, the heat, all that, which is extreme today, will be the new normal in the next decade. That is what it means. But there are also a lot of signs of hope for the future, because we know what we can do about it. And I was very encouraged to hear the State Secretary say that the Slovak government, the new Slovak government, is subscribing to all the goals on energy and climate at the European level. And we also see that solutions are coming very rapidly now. If we look at the rapid advancement of solar energy and the reduction in costs, that leads us to believe that there are also technological and economic tipping points. And we know that the Paris Agreement is also delivering results. Without the Paris Agreement, we would be for sure heading for a temperature increase of up to 4 degrees by the end of this century, sorry. But thanks to all the efforts taken now by parties across the world, we will likely be in a maximum temperature increase of 2.4 to 2.8 degrees. Not enough, by way not enough. We still need to scale up and speed up in our climate action. But it shows that the world can get its act together. And we now have to go more quickly, even than the world has agreed until now. That is what Europe is doing with the European Green Deal. When we launched the European Green Deal in December 2019, it was designed resolutely, as also the State Secretary said, a growth, investment and innovation strategy. Not only to address the climate challenge, that is really an existential challenge for humanity on this planet, but also because we know that if we want to grow our economy, which we want, we cannot continue to grow our economy on a model based on fossil fuels and wastage of resources. We have to change our economic model. And the green competitiveness is really also an area where Europe still holds quite a lot of competitive advantage. It also, by the way, is addressing our concerns of energy security. Already in 2019, we knew that Europe was paying a bill of 300 billion euros per year for importing fossil fuels from the rest of the world. That bill, to give you an idea, has increased last year to 600 billion euros per year that Europe is paying to import fossil fuels, to burn it, and then it's gone. So it's very much also an issue, an opportunity of securing our energy independence. But also equally important is that the Green Deal is designed and was designed to act as an innovation shock on our economy. Because we know that developed economies, like the European one, can grow only if there is growth in productivity. And 2/3 of the growth in productivity in an economy like ours comes from innovation. That is where all developed economies are lagging behind. That is why the Green Deal was also meant as an innovation shock to our economy. Now, in 2019, quite a few people told us, but why is Europe doing this alone? Why is Europe inflicting this cost on its economy of operating this green transition? Well, today, if we look around, the world is very different from 2019. If you look at the United States with the Inflation Reduction Act, actually this is attracting a lot of clean tech investment, also from European companies. If we look at China, where our commissioner was just last week, China is investing more in renewable energy than the rest of the world combined. And even Africa has now turned the page and has said that it wants to be the continent of solutions for the green transition. So what this means is that if we do not watch out, we risk being overtaken in the clean energy transition and the green revolution by other parts of the world. So it would be foolish, it would be nonsensical for Europe to now change course or to slow down. We really have to stay the course, not only because of the climate, but also because of our economy and our prosperity in the future. We have to stay the course as we have done through the many challenges we have faced since 2019. We have had the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, when quite a few leaders said, shouldn't we park the green agenda and take care of our economy? We have not done this. We have doubled down by mobilizing more than 800 billion euros for post-pandemic recovery, of which 50% will be invested in green and climate investments. We have had the dreadful events in Ukraine, the unjustified invasion by Russia of Ukraine, which has skyrocketed energy prices. Again, we have not changed course. We have doubled down on our targets for clean energy. We have increased our renewable targets, increased our energy efficiency targets. We have mobilized even more money to support the clean energy investment. And The Economist has said that thanks to the Repower EU plan, Europe has actually fast-tracked its clean energy transition by 5 to 10 years. And the latest challenge to us was the Inflation Reduction Act from the United States, which is very good for the global climate, not so good for our competitiveness in Europe, but we have not changed course. We have said, well, let's adopt our own Green Deal industrial plan as well. And that's what we're now building out. And I can say, ladies and gentlemen, that it works for Europe. We have the latest figures for 2022, and there we see that Europe has continued to reduce its emissions by 2.5% compared to 2021, while its economy grew by 3.5%. This is the same that we have seen consistently since 1990. We have reduced emissions by more than 30%, while our economy grew richer by more than 60%. So we are decoupling, we can decouple, and we now need the rest of the world to follow as well, as they are starting to do. For 2030, we have our targets, reducing emissions by at least 55%. We have everything in place now, thanks also to the support of the European Parliament, in the Fit for 55 package, so that we will achieve that target. The way we do it is through a comprehensive economy plan. We put a price on carbon, that's the emission trading system, that reduces emissions but also generates revenues, 152 billion euros of revenues to the member states in the last 10 years, which are reinvested in innovation and social policies. And we couple this with regulation where the market is not moving quickly enough, for example, in cars and trucks. We also put targets on the economy or on sectors, for example, for renewable energy or energy efficiency, or for areas covered by the effort sharing regulation, like agriculture, waste management. And we link all that with a funding framework to make sure that public funding and private funding makes sure that the investment goes in the right direction. So what matters for us now at the European Commission when we think about energy and climate is what I would call the 3 I's and an E. And the I's stand for implementation, industry, and international outreach. And the E stands for explaining. We have a hell of a job to do to explain to the public, to the economic operators, what all this means and what is the opportunity for Europe, for the climate, and for them. We have to implement everything that has now been agreed at political level between the European Parliament and the European Commission. That also includes the national energy and climate plans, which we have received from more than 20 member states, including Slovakia. Thank you very much, Slovakia, for that. And we will, of course, work with the member states now to make sure that we make the best use of these national plans, and also in terms of mobilizing investment. Because implementing Fit for 55 is a big investment program. The next years will be all about investment. We know that for the energy system alone, we will need to have 700 billion euros of investment per year up to 2030. So the next Commission will have to come forward with a massive investment plan for which we will also use the national energy and climate plans so that all member states are prepared to invest the money where it needs to go. Building, of course, on the massive funding that is already available through such funds like the Just Transition Fund, Cohesion Funds, the Recovery Resilience Fund, the Modernization Fund, for example, and I probably forget a few. So there's a lot of opportunity for all member states, especially the countries that are still below the average level of prosperity to be part of that revolution, that clean energy and clean industry revolution of the future. The second I is the I of industry. We know that with Fit for 55 and our climate neutrality objectives, we are creating a massive, enormous market for clean tech and green industry in the future in Europe. We know that we cannot sustain our climate ambition if that market is supplied only from outside Europe with Chinese or US products or technologies. So we really need to make sure that we have a minimum critical mass of production and manufacturing in Europe. That is what the Green Deal Industrial Plan is about. That is why we are working on such acts like the Net Zero Industry Act, on which the European Parliament will vote very soon. We have the Critical Raw Materials Act, where also an agreement has been reached. So we are laying really now, thanks to the European Green Deal, the foundations for the first time for a true green industrial strategy. We from DG Klima will fully contribute to this, thanks to the Innovation Fund, which still has 40 billion euros to invest in industrial decarbonization and solutions for the clean energy transition. And not later than this week, we will pioneer with the first ever European auction, a competitive bidding mechanism for subsidizing the production of renewable hydrogen. With 800 million euros, this will be launched on Friday, and if this works well, which I trust it will be the first of a series of support mechanisms for hydrogen, for battery manufacturing, for wind and solar manufacturing, heat pump manufacturing, electrolyzer manufacturing, all the technologies that we need for the net zero industry of the future. And the third I is the I of international. The State Secretary referred to the COP28 in Dubai. We are preparing for this, and we are going to Dubai with a clear agenda to get the rest of the world on board. There is a lot more openness than we've seen in previous years, and because everyone understands that climate action is not an agenda of poverty, it's an agenda of prosperity for as many people as possible while staying within the planetary boundaries. We won't stop there, and I'll conclude on this. We need to look beyond 2030. So that is why we are already working on our targets, climate and energy targets for 2040. We will come forward in January with a policy document on what we believe should be the climate target for 2040. This will be entirely in function of facilitating the implementation of Fit for 55 this decade up until 2030. As I said, a lot is dependent on investments. These investments often go way longer than 10 years. They take a time horizon of 20, 30 years. So we really need to give investment certainty, investment predictability to our economy, to our society. That is what we will do with our work on the 2040 target, which will be coupled increasingly with work on climate preparedness. Because even if we were to succeed to cutting all emissions from one day to another, the world will still get warmer. The impacts from climate change will still grow. So also Europe needs to do a greater effort to make sure that we are prepared for the impacts of climate change that will be coming. We know that we have a big climate protection gap. Only 30% of the risks from climate change are covered by insurance or some other form of protection. So that is why also in spring next year, we will come with the first ever European Climate Risk Assessment report, where for the first time we systematically identify the risks from climate change for Europe in the future, and with proposals on how to tackle these risks. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have been able to give you an idea of where we are and why energy and climate targets matter, I hope I've been able to convince you that we are on track and that we will stay on track, also with your support, for which I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Kurt, thank you very much for this very optimistic introduction. Before I give the floor to Vladimir to ensure institutional balance, I would like to ask one more of a personal question to you. You are often perceived as a godfather of the European Green Deal. Did you expect a couple of years ago that you would become the head of a revolution?
First, I should say thank you for the question. I don't consider myself the godfather. There is one godmother of the European Green Deal, and that is President von der Leyen, who had the vision and the political courage to institute this European Green Deal. And yes, the idea was to launch a systemic transformation of our economy. That was exactly what the intention was. And I believe that because of the impact of climate change, but also because of where the global economy is going, that we will succeed because we have no choice. There is not much of an alternative. So it's indeed the systemic transformation of our economy that we're after. And I'm very happy to see that the awareness of this is rising, even if, I must say, we all know that this is not a walk in the park. This is not something that is easy. Even if we only stick to what has been agreed, to Fit for 55 targets for 2030, this is a tripling of the effort we have done in the last 10 to 15 years. It's reducing emissions 3 times more than we have done. So we should not kid ourselves. This is not easy. This will be very difficult. But it is doable. We're putting in place all the measures and framework conditions to succeed. And if we stay the course all together, then we can do it.
Thank you. Vladimir, are we on track?
I believe we are on track to the extent, and very good morning to everyone. I want to thank the organizers, the SFPA, congratulate on the 17th year of this conference, and fingers crossed already for the adulthood of next year. I also want to say that this is not only just 30th year of the Slovak Republic during which this conference is taking place, it is also the 30th year of the launch of the single European market, which was launched in 1993. And I want to remind everyone of that single European market because just having listened to our keynote speaker, it's very clear, very apparent how profoundly the market has changed. Even thinking of the conference title, when I was listening to the keynote speech, perhaps really today it would be even more fitting to call the conference Central European Green Energy Conference, because that's where we are. And again, I remember when this conference started out 17 years ago, that sort of discussion was hardly present. So it is a game changer for all of us. And I think we are on track to the extent that we are doing our best to have a common European approach, a common European solution. I just want to remind everyone that that is not always a given and it's not easy. Politically speaking, when Mr. van der Bergen mentioned the godmother of this all, Ursula von der Leyen, who is the president of the European Commission, think back 2019. When she was campaigning to get elected in the European Parliament. That vote in favor of her presidency was a single-digit difference. A single-digit difference of votes between those who voted in favor and those who voted not to have her as the president of the European Commission. And her main agenda was the Green Deal. This was the campaign agenda with which she went across the European Parliament to different political groups. And it also shows the extent to which we still have that fight on inside the European Parliament. Because some say we are not ambitious enough. And of course, as a politician, you know, I listen to the people. And let me just recap. It's not just the scientists warning us what really revolutionary times we are living. It's also the people realizing that this is quite a game changer. Just the 2023 Eurobarometer, which was taken up in July, says that 93% of Europeans believe climate change is a serious problem facing the world. So we had this big political and public discussion several years ago about climate change. Does it happen? Does it not happen? And I think people are far ahead of politicians. We still have far too many climate change deniers in politics, even in highest places of political jobs. And this is what is making our job difficult. That's why I would say we are on track, and we have to persevere to be on track, because there is a backlash. There will be a backlash. I think that people are a lot smarter than some politicians, and we cannot be captured by that backlash. It is also true, and this is more than half of the people across Europe think, that the transition to a green economy should be sped up. So I would say we are on track, but we really need to think about our ambitions beyond this institutional cycle. The European elections will be held on the 8th of June in this country. In June next year, across the EU, we will have a new Commission, we will have a new European Parliament, we will have a new institutional framework. I think we need to be even more ambitious on a number of measures. It's also true that 75%, 3/4 of Europeans believe that taking action on climate change will lead to innovation. And I think we understand this as policymakers. This is not just about the Green Deal. This is not just about Fit for 55. This is not just about Repower EU. This is also about all sorts of changes we have been doing in the European Parliament when it comes to innovative technologies, when it comes to, I think, revolutionary legislation in the area of digital services. We now have the Digital Services Act, Digital Market Act in place. Without those elements, Europe cannot have the ambition to be a trendsetter more broadly when it comes to innovation. And I'm pleased to say that we are doing that. We are still on track to keep the ability to set the rules when it comes to the broader economic agenda and broader economic transformation. But we have to work together with the like-minded countries. We have to work together with the US. I mean, the Biden administration has really picked up the agenda in a big way. And yet, in the US discussion internally, you see a lot of people saying, this is hardly ambitious. And everybody realizes there is not a single entity, Europeans, Americans, others alone, who can achieve this transition successfully on their own. We have to join forces. We have to join forces with those who are closest to us politically and geopolitically. And of course, the Green Deal agenda has been redefined by Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, which continues. And in that sense, we also have to think more broadly in our neighborhood. Green Deal agenda and the energy transformation towards a single European energy market, and this is absolutely necessary, has to be an integral agenda of how we approach our partners from Ukraine. I hope we do begin accession talks with Ukraine. This is extremely important to send a green light in December. Also Moldova. And how we approach the issue with our partners in the Western Balkans. We have the growth plan of 6 billion euros we are offering to our neighbors there. It is very much conditioned with clear conditions, but it's an opportunity to make sure that the energy transition is something which takes place not just within the fortress Europe, but which is the basis of an open Europe to all of those who want to work with us. So I know I have a time limit, and when you give politicians the word, there is a tendency to keep on going. But for the introductory remark, I would say yes, we have done the major decisions. We have taken already the major decisions when it comes to the legislation. There are still some in the pipeline, and our keynote speaker has underlined those. We will also be voting on the final wording of the of the nature restoration law, which was really one of those pieces of legislation that divided the European Parliament and showed you how profoundly different we are on some issues, but also how profoundly we may be captured by a lot of disinformation which is surrounding these changes. There is a lot of backlash because oftentimes those who want to undermine the change resort to lies, hoaxes, distortion, and manipulation of the facts. And we have to also be very, very diligent beyond doing the legislative and political work on the Green Deal itself, on the energy transition itself. We have to be very frank about what we need to do in public space and how we need to talk to people. As I said, I think the people are much ahead of us. We shouldn't fear the change. We should embrace it. And we should really get everyone on board behind this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to remind the audience that you have the opportunity to ask questions to the panelists through Slido, so feel free to use it. Before I give the floor to Adam, I will ask you one more question. Vladimir, what are the feelings and expectations within the European Parliament about the next Commission? And do you believe that the new Commission will be able to speed up the activities on the implementation of the European Green Deal?
I think we need basic continuity. We need to make sure that what we have agreed upon is picked up on, is built upon. I think it would be good to have a continuity at the very level of leadership when it comes to the Commission, but of course this is going to be up to the voters, up to the member states. And I think that continuity in leadership would also ensure the continuity in agenda. Now, the voters will decide. We are going to have a different European Parliament. I think we are going to have probably a more diverse European Parliament. We will have certain elements of backlash against the change in the European Parliament. We are already seeing that also across the member states, so we will feel it in the Council as well. The elections in this country and the formation of the new government in this country. I was glad to listen to the State Secretary with some encouraging news, but on the whole, I am relatively skeptical in terms of how far this new government can and is going to really push this agenda. So we will have really more diverse situation across the EU institutions. And this is why I believe that it is important to maintain a momentum. And of course, to pick up on what's beyond 2030. I mean, this is going to be the major political discussion. We have clarity what we need to do until 2030. We need to discuss what we need to do beyond 2030. And we have to be very practical about it also in the context of Central Europe, what this means for us, for our electricity market, what this means for renewables, be realistic, what this means for the energy mix. I think energy mix is one thing we are not touching, but the fact that you decide on energy mix nationally doesn't mean you cannot and shouldn't have a single European market when it comes to, for instance, energy prices. I remember, and I'm glad that our keynote speaker mentioned the pandemic. That had enormous consequences for the distortions in our industrial base and also in the energy market. A lot of businesses in this part of Europe ended up paying a lot more money for their production because they had, there was a huge difference between electricity prices, for instance, between this region and the more western parts of the EU. I think we need to be ready for the challenges we are facing when it comes to the energy markets, also in terms of the security questions, be it pandemic, unexpected, be it Russia's brutal invasion, unexpected. So I think we need to learn these lessons and really have a lot more safeguards when it comes to dealing with the consequences of this. Because ultimately what's at the bottom of this is how do we make sure that Europe has a sustainable, meaningful, modern, green, and really digital, technological, industrial base. Sure. Industrial base. I mean, this country is producing a lot of cars. Are we going to be able to produce these cars 10, 15, 20 years down the road? I think the industry is much aware of the challenges. I think we as politicians and governments in respective member states have to do a lot more to make sure that we are able to be on track as Europeans jointly. So this is where the Commission is going to be crucial, and this is where the next Parliament is also going to be crucial.
Thank you. One of the three I's that were mentioned by Kurt are international outreach. We can be a leader in the European Union, we can claim green leadership in the world, but do the others also perceive us as the leaders? What's your take on that? Adam.
Thank you very much for your question. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having Energy Committee Secretariat in this distinguished panel. Indeed, I think there are already quite good instruments to ensure that its outreach and effective export of the European Green Deal takes place, and Energy Community is this kind of an organization. Just to give you a quick overview, we have almost 20 years of experience in working with EU neighborhood countries. So this is 6 Western Balkan countries, but also most prominently, of course, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. And our role is to ensure that EU policies and most prominently EU legislation is effectively implemented. And it all started from market integration, liberalization packages, went through, of course, bringing the region closer to the EU when it comes to security of supply, ensuring resilience, and now, of course, we are completing that with the decarbonization priorities. And when in 2019, the godmother of the European Green Deal presented the strategy, there's one very important element of that for the EU neighborhood, which says that the European Green Deal cannot be achieved if the EU neighborhood does not take full action. So in a way is becoming closer and a part of the whole big European Green Deal overview. So in that sense, I think European Green Deal did offer a very, among other paradigm shifts that are behind European Green Deal, the relationship with the EU partners and the strengthening of the relationship is one of the key elements. Of course, we went through quite turbulent times in the couple of last years. The effect of the war, which is ongoing in our biggest partner, is of course a key matter for our organization. But I think that despite these difficult times compounded by COVID, war, energy crisis, I think one very important thing has to be said, that there is a maintenance of the direction that the region is taking. And to just give you also the overview of how EU priorities are expanding to the EU neighborhood, we have quite clear political commitment by the leaders of our members to align with the EU way of going towards the climate neutrality. We have targets adopted by our members, ambitious ones based on the EU methodology and based on the way EU is actually monitoring and tracking the progress. Let me maybe stop here for a moment. What I consider as one of the most important developments in the region, but I think also in the EU as such, which is linked with the European Green Deal, is the model of governance. We have ensured that the so-called integrated way of how countries are organizing the planning and organizing the implementation of key policies and measures to achieve the targets. This works quite well. We have now the process of preparation of national energy and climate plans also in energy community countries. And we have, of course, also very ambitious legal commitments that our member states are taking. We are, as an organization, of course, to a large extent following the both the policy trends and also following what is the EU proposing to the region. So our countries, of course, are a bit behind when it comes to directive and regulations that are binding in the EU, but as a trend, it is directly following the developments in the EU. However, of course, the scale of challenges is enormous. Just to give maybe an impression, you could take EU, Eastern European, Central European member states and multiply the challenges a couple of times. This is pretty much what we have in our region. Modernization obviously is a key challenge. There is this vicious circle of underinvestment and the I think dominance of lignite and polluting sources of energy are without precedence. 2.5 times more sulfur oxide, nitrogen oxides are being emitted in 16 coal power blocks in the region, 2.5 times more than in the whole EU. So this is the scale. And this, of course, doesn't stop at the border, EU stronghold is not protecting the quality of air and the export of pollution, basically, that comes from the region. So this is an urgent task. And last but not the least, if not the first main important challenge, of course, is how to ensure that the framework that was certainly not designed for the times of war is supporting the situation, of course, that we are having in Ukraine. The main, I think, importance of the already adopted and already adhered to European Green Deal rules is that these rules can be, and they are now being used as a very important reference point for the long-term decarbonization strategy for Ukraine, a driver for the green reconstruction. So this governance that I mentioned is very important in now ensuring that there is a long-term framework for Ukraine beyond, of course, addressing the short-term needs. And finally, maybe a conclusion, of course, that there is a very important momentum for our region, of course, because of the new impetus to the EU enlargement. We've seen the recent enlargement package, which clearly says about the necessity to bring the region closer to the EU. Which of course is not only a chance for the region, but is also an opportunity to the EU. We heard about the long-term strategy, the Green Deal for the industry, for example, in the EU, and of course we have to remember that region energy community has a lot to offer also in that respect. Ukraine has enormous resources when it comes to raw materials, metals. Same applies to Serbia, for example, that has very big resources of lithium. So I will stop here. I think the framework is well set. Focus, of course, on implementation and political impetus that will shape the future of European Green Deal in a broader sense.
Thank you very much. When I often talk to the Ukrainian partners, they underline the fact that, of course, they want to reconstruct the country in lines with the, let's say, European Green Deal, or in a broader sense, in line with the climate necessity to act clean, green, and so on. But one of the main motives for such activity is, of course, financing that is available mainly for green projects. But what or how to ensure that Ukraine remains in line with the European Green Deal in the future, but not only using money, what are the other motivations that we can use?
I think that is the essential thing. I think about how and why the green reconstruction of Ukraine has to be anchored with the EU aligned reforms. And that goes, maybe important to zoom out, already before the war, Ukraine had quite ambitious already will to access to to accede to the European Green Deal policies, and the reforms that already started before the war were the absolute sine qua non for Ukraine to get closer to the EU, and quite substantial progress was already done before the war, for example, when it comes to the alignment with the energy acquis that Ukraine had. So now when you look at the reforms, so in other way, the diagnostics are already there, what Ukraine has to do to align with the EU model. And I think there's really no other way but anchoring that within the green reconstruction for also the good reason not to backtrack and backslide on these reforms. I think that's essential. So there is no other way of going forward. And now on the reconstruction side, of course, there is a big international dialogue of how to facilitate that. We believe very much that the EU governance model, which is about efficient planning and providing accountability for the reforms, could be a very good tool to actually ensure that different international donors' work streams, the consensus on the future in terms to necessity for specific investments is actually rooted in this EU governance model, which would and is already linked very much with the perspective of investments and de-risking the investments. EU facility, which offers around 50 billion of euros, is linked to the National Energy and Climate Plan, for example, in Ukraine. So I think that this is clearly the way to go forward.
Thank you. As we are around the topic of Ukraine, there is one question. Is EU making satisfactory progress toward its 2030 climate targets under the EU Green Deal, given the impact of Russia's military aggression in Ukraine? And I would maybe extend this question to all the crises that we had recently in the European Union. And I will address this question to Paweł. Taking into account all the challenges that we're facing, or is crisis over or not yet, where are we now with the European Green Deal in terms of numbers, facts, data? Because we do have all the same numbers from the European Commission, European institutions, but do we interpret them in the same way?
Thank you, Susanna, for the question, and thank you to SFPA for inviting me. I will start maybe on a bit of a more pessimistic note, more of a Polish mindset, because in general, yes, we are on track, but it's very important to distinguish or to notice that the EU is not moving as a whole sort of identically. We have different countries and different areas of the continent. And if you look at actually the numbers and the targets and the achievement of the targets, there's a clear distinction between the West and the East, or the Central European part of it. So that's what I would like to kind of highlight. In general, yes, the EU met the 2020 climate targets in terms of emissions, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and we are, as a whole, quite sort of on track for the 2030 targets as well, at least according to the latest European Environment Agency data. However, again, we see countries such as Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, that are basically doing even more than they need to. And then we have countries like Slovakia, like Romania, that are not meeting the Hungary, Croatia, and Slovenia, that are not really meeting the benchmarks year by year. And you can also see that if you look at the targets of the different countries. So on the one hand, you have, again, Denmark or Austria, countries that are targeting almost 100% renewable electricity by the end of the decade. And then you have Slovakia, well, Czechia made a bit of a shift now, but for example, Slovakia with targets that haven't really moved for the last 5 years. So in the old climate plans, they were targeting 27% electricity, clean electricity from renewables, and then now it's 29. So, after 5 years, the change in the ambition is pretty much negligible. And we see the same patterns in Croatia and Slovenia. Poland hasn't even submitted the climate plan. So while from a pan-European standpoint, we are kind of on track, and the European Green Deal, of course, is a huge achievement, and the parts of the Fit for 55 package were adopted. So on the policy front, we are, I think, on track as well. When you look into the specific countries, maybe the picture is not so kind of optimistic in all of the countries. And that's where I think we need to realize that this region, Central Europe, Southeast Europe, it needs a bit of a vision of their own, one that is one where we could actually have some more ownership of the climate policy. And by ownership, I mean this kind of sense of excitement about these policies, something that comes from this region and is for this region. And obviously, I don't mean something that collides with European policies, but what I'm talking about is things like iconic projects that could be implemented by the countries, by the governments, and seen as benefits of the transition, benefits that would also translate to people, that, you know, these, I don't know, high-speed railways, interconnectors, offshore wind farms, these projects bring big investments, they lower power prices, they lower cost of living, they have this sense of, again, I would say maybe excitement is a good word. So policies are not very exciting for a normal person, I would say, and maybe we've been lacking a bit of that kind of, you know, mission to Mars approach, at least in these countries that are not, I would say, fully embracing the green transition as a whole. And we've been trying to model that vision and propose that vision. We've actually done some modeling earlier this year and shown that even if countries from Central Europe, Southeast Europe, even if they follow the wind and solar development as indicated by industry forecasts, so it's not really very ambitious, but it's still more ambitious than the current policies. So if they just go where the industry says they could, they would lower their power prices by 1/3, for example, which is quite a lot compared to what current policies indicate. And that turns the region into energy exporters, that brings in industry because the power prices are lower, lowers cost of living. So it has all of these different benefits that normal people can in the end see, because they can see the jobs and they can see the lower cost of living. And that vision is something that I think needs to come from this side of Europe and translate into these projects of basically interconnecting this part of Europe with the West, interconnecting the regions, the region within itself, for example, the Baltic Sea and the Central European countries, because we know most of the electricity potential in this region is because of the offshore potential in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and that electricity needs to come down to the center, which actually answers one of the questions maybe from the audience. So yes, we need these transmission lines, these interconnection projects that would integrate the whole region. It would make the energy system safer, and it would allow us to access all of the potential we have within the different seas, the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, the Mediterranean in the end. But this needs this kind of political excitement, this political will, initiative, not only just following the rules of the European Green Deal, but also coming up with our own ideas, which our governments weren't very kind of historically very keen to do. But I think it's now the time for them to step up and actually also have their own initiatives and their own concepts of the European energy transition.
I think this is visible in Poland, that there is a strong push from the society to change something, to do something. And I guess that in a number of countries in our region, it is exactly the same situation. But there was also one question on the screen related to the cost of the changes that we are seeing. You were also speaking about lower costs of living and so on. When Ursula von der Leyen, she was presenting the European Green Deal, she said this is a strategy for growth, this is obvious. But the question was, is it too expensive for the citizens of the European Union? Or we are able to handle those costs related to the changes that we are ongoing?
Yeah, I think that's maybe one area where there's a lot of myths and a lot of misunderstandings. And again, especially in Eastern Europe or in Central Europe, we're seeing this, the European Green Deal as a cost. That's a lot of politicians are guilty of that, of using that narrative for obviously their own purposes. But what is not maybe coming across enough is that this is supposed to be a benefit to the society, or people, normal people should be happy for the European Green Deal, and they aren't always happy. And you have policies like the electric car, or well, fossil car kind of ban in 2035, which is really not very kind of revolutionary. It's going to happen anyways, but the way it's framed in the news, in the media, in the politics is something quite negative for a normal person that won't be able to, you know, drive to their job or whatever. So I think we need to very much focus on the implementation of the European Green Deal, so see actual projects moving on the ground, and then focus on the fact that the benefits need to go to the people. But by that, I mean, for example, reforms of the electricity market are very critical, because at the moment you see the uptake of renewables in a lot of countries, including our region, but it doesn't really translate into power prices just because they are set by the prices of gas, for example, or they're coupled with the whole of most of Europe. So we need to make sure the deployment of the renewables is happening, but we also need to make sure that it's seen by normal people as something good in their lives. So, for example, that their bills, electricity bills are dropping, or their heating bills are dropping. And it's also not only the wealthy who can buy a heat pump and buy a PV system and lower their, you know, their bills, but it's subsidized in a way that we make sure the distribution effects are kind of equal, and that everybody is able to access these new technologies, not only the wealthy citizens, which is something we're struggling a lot with in Poland, because the transition was very much fueled by the more wealthy households who could afford the new technology and shield themselves from the electricity prices that kind of mostly hit the lower income households. So I think those social impacts, we need to tackle those if we want this transition to succeed.
Thank you very much. Now let's turn towards hopefully even more optimistic opinions. So Kurt, my question to you is related to the description of the whole conference that we received when we were invited for it. It was about a more proactive and engaged role for Central Europe. In which areas of the European Green Deal can you see a special role for this precise region? But please be positive.
Well, I think there are a lot of reasons to be positive about this region. When I listen to what you say about Poland, for example, what we see is that the coalition that has won the elections, all parties together, they have declared that all of the money available through the Recovery and Resilience Fund would go to the Green Deal, to renewables, and to grid expansion. That is a very encouraging sign, I think. When I see the program of the Slovak government that is now elected, and when I hear the state secretary, there is no questioning of the direction of the Green Deal. So it means that everyone wants to stay the course and keep on the direction. What I see happening in Poland is that despite all the rhetorics, Poland has developed a lot of offshore wind capacity, for example. Poland is attracting a lot of investment, as Hungary is doing in battery manufacturing. If I'm not mistaken, Poland is the #1 or top 3 exporters of electric buses. The Parliament will vote this week, I believe, on the proposal we've done for regulation for going to net zero buses and trucks. So the market is guaranteed. These countries in Central and Eastern Europe are to benefit a lot from this clean energy and clean industrial revolution that is coming. And that is what we from the European Commission and the European institutions really want to reinforce and to strengthen with all the funds that are currently available to make sure that they are invested in the right manner and on the right priorities. I believe, if my memory is correct, that Slovakia, we're in Bratislava today, Slovakia has received so far in the first 3 years of the modernization fund 580 million euros for investing in energy efficiency. It stands to gain a lot more from the modernization fund in the next years. It will get 6 billion euros in grants, not loans, 6 billion from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. If the Slovak government is investing this in line with the European Green Deal priorities, and it really invests in the low-carbon energy mix that it has. There was a question on this on the screen. It can, and I believe it already is an exporter of clean electricity to neighboring countries. But so it can also become an exporter of the clean tech products that not only Europe, but the whole world will need. And I think what will be mattering a lot for Europe in the next few years, picking up also on what the Member of Parliament said, I think we need to, as I said, stay the course, not have discussions about lowering or increasing ambition. The ambition has been set now for 2030 and for 2050, becoming climate neutral. We simply have to implement now what we have agreed. That in itself is already an acceleration. And we really need to bring out the Green Deal growth, innovation and investment potential of everything that we have agreed, and make sure that the investments are happening. But that also requires, and that's politically difficult, that we start really looking at smart specialization in Europe. That not every country wants to do the same thing. That countries really specialize in where they have a competitive advantage. Slovakia is known for its excellence in car manufacturing. If it attracts a lot of investment in battery manufacturing, it can be the center of excellence for the clean automotive industry of the future. It doesn't mean that Slovakia necessarily then also has to become the top producer of renewable hydrogen, for example. The south of Europe is much better placed to produce renewable hydrogen with all the renewable energy sources it has. So if we can come to a good understanding among countries who has what competitive advantage and how do we make sure that everyone specializes smartly, then I think we have every reason to be confident in the future of Europe, especially if, as Adam was saying, we also look beyond our immediate borders and we look at the neighborhood where Ukraine is bringing a massive opportunity for Europe. The Western Balkans as well have a lot to offer, but also Northern Africa, where there's a lot of potential for clean energy production and production of clean products, iron ore, green ammonia for fertilizers, etc. So if we take a little bit this wider perspective and every country does what it can do best, then I think we can succeed with this revolution at a relatively low cost.
I really enjoy the idea of smart specialization of countries within the European Union and also taking into account the broader context. But we can specialize in something, in some technologies, batteries, renewables and so on, but we are still dependent on external suppliers. And there is also a question about security in this context. Can you just shortly elaborate on this, as we are within this topic, how to ensure security of supplies of components for the technologies that we want to develop?
Yeah, you're right, and we've learned the lesson the hard way during the COVID pandemic, how dependent we are on the rest of the world for medical products and medical equipment, for example. We've learned it again the hard way through the Ukraine crisis, where we've seen the cost of being dependent on a big supplier of gas and oil, Russia in that occasion. I think we are learning the lessons from this, and that's why we are developing policies to diversify our supply of critical raw materials and of energy. That's what we're doing with the Critical Raw Materials Act, for example, where we clearly say that we will start to mine again in Europe. Not easy, because this is often contested, but I believe we have to start doing this in a very responsible and sustainable manner. We have to recycle much more than we're currently doing, which you can do with critical raw materials that you use for the clean energy transition. You can't do with fossil fuels. You cannot recycle fossil fuels. But also we have to diversify our supply chains, where we get raw materials from and minerals. And that's what we're currently doing with the Global South especially, where we are concluding all kinds of memorandum of understanding with countries in Africa and beyond, Kazakhstan, for example, Namibia, and many others. But obviously, these partnerships need to be win-win. They cannot be neo-colonialists. They have to have benefits for Europe and for those countries in the Global South. And again, these win-win partnerships are a way of securing our supply of minerals and critical raw materials in the future in a way that Europe benefits, because we are very dependent on them. But it does mean that we also have to clearly say to the rest of the world, our European market will always be open for your imports, as long as these imports are for clean products and green technologies. And that is where the famous carbon border adjustment mechanism comes in, where we have now decided to put a levy on the import of products from a number of sectors on their carbon intensity, which is having an enormous effect, as we currently see across the world, because more and more countries are coming to see us, from the likes of Brazil, Chile, Indonesia, India, Thailand, China, and others, to see how we have introduced the emission trading system, putting a price on carbon. And so many countries in the world now wants to do the same thing, triggered by the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And that is actually also happening now in the Western Balkans. It's also a big trigger for Ukraine, that has understood that the market, the European market, is a fantastic opportunity as long as the products are reduced in carbon intensity. And that is also a reason why I'm very optimistic about the future. Even if I must say, it will not be easy. Yeah? We shouldn't. I really want to be confident and optimistic, but I'm under no illusion that this will be easy, because implementing all this will be really a very, very tough job. Agreeing the legislation with Parliament and Council was hard. We've done it. Implementing all this will be triple hard compared to what we have done in terms of adopting legislation. But we can do it. We have shown so far that we can do it. And I'm very confident that we have everything in place to succeed in that implementation.
Adam, so instead of asking you whether CBAM and other external European Green Deal measures will constitute a catalyst or obstacle to spreading the EU policy to third countries, I would ask you to what extent it will be hard.
Oh, indeed, it will be hard. But if I may just react very quickly to, before I answer this question, to what Pavel mentioned about the excitement and the sense of providing some kind of as a sort of a new impetus for the Central Europe, and that applies, I think, also for Western Balkans, where, and it's very much linked to the ownership of the process. Yes, so European Green Deal created a very specific, put a citizen and consumers in a very specific situation as a direct interlocutor, yes, of the process. So I think here what definitely could be such a project or area where this excitement can be created is where we share a common experience, meaning the dependence on core regions and heavy industry. And I think there are a lot of these kind of excitement projects when it comes to transforming the core dependent regions into green hubs or into a completely new areas where, for example, we built windmills in a place where you had lignite mines. So I think there is a lot of interesting projects in that area, and I think a really importance to raise the awareness among citizens. Coming back to another hard task, indeed, CBAM is there. It's having quite clear timeline. So in that sense, it's relatively simplifies processes because the timeline is very clear. And this timeline provides for CBAM application as of 1st January 2026 to imports into the EU of certain goods. And of course, it affects very much energy community countries. Western Balkan countries have more than 60%, I believe, of trade exchange with the EU. So more than between themselves, they have this exchange with the EU. They have invested a lot of effort in building electricity market integrated with the EU. And so far, that is also have to be said, frankly, they also benefited a lot, having a competitive edge when exporting electricity without a price tag on carbon, which led to quite pathological situations in a way where I think enormous amount of electricity which was exported, for example, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, had quite a significant influence on the emissions of the whole imported electricity into the EU from third countries. So that would definitely change, and CBAM has two, I think, very important consequences, political and practical. Yes, so it is, of course, directed to companies, but governments have to make finally the decision on carbon pricing. And this is for the reason that if this is not going to happen, simply the revenues from the related emissions with exports to the EU go to the EU budget. So the simplest and at the same time the hardest solution is to establish a carbon pricing system internally, aligned with the EU model, of course, given the EU accession perspective, and benefit from these revenues so as to redistribute this money into the decarbonization purposes internally, into the decarbonization targets, which I referred to before. Our estimate is that the lack of carbon pricing in last year, in a way, costed the energy community 3.6 billion euros, which could otherwise, this is the amount of money could be generated by carbon revenues with the price, I think, around 80 euros. That could be otherwise, of course, redirected into national economies. That, of course, is not an easy task because, again, there's a question of costs. And the most fundamental challenge in the region is the social dimension of the transformation and the fact that we generate new internal resources in the economies that could be directed to decarbonization is, of course, a first important step, or would be. But another is how to redistribute it equally to those who are most vulnerable with the targeted approach. And I think here, why the CBAM can be a catalyst is that it can indeed help to make these difficult decisions that governments have to make. And region, of course, will be counting quite a lot on the EU and the outline for the next couple of years related with the EU enlargement and EU accession perspective, and I think there will be a chance to align with the climate objectives of the EU even stronger.
Thank you. You just emphasized the question of social dimension, and I know that this is quite close to Vladimir's heart. What can constitute, I mean, the issue of dealing with it, what can constitute a threat to further implementation of the European Green Deal? But I would like to concentrate on those social questions and the one that you mentioned at the very beginning, which is disinformation.
Well, thank you very much. And so much has been said, but maybe this also gets more broadly to the question of very Central Europe in this. And I think, it's a complex story, because when you look at our starting point in Central Europe, for the most part, we are in a more solid position than some other parts of the EU when it comes to the targets to reduce the CO2 emissions. In that sense, this is a bigger challenge perhaps for some other parts of the EU west of us, quite frankly. And this is where you will have to see some also deep social transition if it is to happen in a way which is sustainable. So I think we are all in this together. We are just facing different challenges in different parts of the EU. Central Europe is in no way exceptional. Quite frankly, our neighbors, Austria, Germany, will have to change in some fundamental ways as well when we talk about the V4, the Visegrad 4. And this goes also for other parts of the European Union. It has to do more deeply with the way we transform our industrial base into something which can sustain a modern and productive economy. So I just really want to put it in that bigger perspective. I'm not going to go away from the question of the social consequences. I think what is key is political ownership. And I've seen a lot of political ownership of this agenda across the EU, across the institutions, in the Council, in the Commission, in the European Parliament. We argue a lot and discuss in the European Parliament about the nitty-gritty details, the numbers, timeline, exceptions. But ultimately, you have very few politicians and political forces which say, okay, this is complete nonsense. So we have, I think, a very good political, often also intellectual discussion about what needs to be done, how quickly, how realistic is it, what are the costs, can we endure, and of course, politics plays an important role in that. But ultimately, you have a clear majority for this. Where I fear we have a number of issues is across different member states, and this is where we get to the question of political ownership. I was pleased to listen to the State Secretary today, but again, I have a question mark. In the case of Slovakia, are the climate change deniers and their loud voices in the government on social platforms going to be more important for the people than the benefits stemming from the transition which is connected to the Green Deal? It's a question mark, and I hope it is the latter. It is indeed the benefits, but this will require political ownership at the highest political level, and I'm yet to be convinced. But this is going to be up to all of us. In that sense, it is extremely important in the region to see the political change in Poland, because there is a political ownership of this agenda, and it's a very different change in terms of what we have seen in the case of Poland and the Polish government for the past 4 to 8 years. And that is encouraging also for the region, for Central Europe, because we have completely emptied of content important regional initiatives, such as the Visegrad 4. If we can get at least some elements of this agenda in this regional format, I think that could be an important driver of, again, certain also, let's say, unique priorities which will have to be taken into account at the level of the EU to make sense in the region so we are successful in making this transition. And that political ownership is also extremely important when it comes to fighting disinformation, because we've seen enormous number of hoaxes, and their relevance was really fundamental. When I look at the Slovak pre-election campaign before September in this country, the whole question about what exactly will it mean for average person in this country. that we are going to stop producing the engines which are using the diesel and gasoline today by 2035. I mean, that was an enormous part of the campaign and accompanied by hoaxes and disinformation, which were extremely difficult to stop because a lot of politicians actually took ownership of this disinformation and hoaxes. And this is why I think we need to also think of this transition in a broader sense. We need to make sure that Digital Services Act is fully implemented, that the online platforms get serious about fighting the spread of disinformation, because it is going to get bigger as we have some political backlash and social backlash against the agenda we have set here. It is not for a single electoral cycle. It is for a number of electoral cycles, and this is where we get to implementation. The politicians who have agreed the targets are unlikely to be in power by the time we have to implement this in 2030 or 2040. And in that sense, it is important that we stick to the ambition. Yes, this is where I see the social challenge. And for me, political ownership and sticking to the facts, sticking to the truth, sticking to the fact that this is an opportunity for also this region. And I again get back to the industrial base we have here, car industry, but also some heavy industry which is here. It can be transformed into the modern, greener European economy, modern, greener, energy-based economy, but it has to be done with a certain sense of political ownership. Where I have an element of hope is that this region has gone through so many changes in the past 40 years, and it's proven to be quite adaptable to that change, that ultimately I also hope that because of this Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, we can pick it up together also with our Ukrainian partners and make this change happen so that Central Europe will become more of an integral part of the single European market, single European energy market, but also single European Green Deal space. This is extremely important. We cannot have more internal divides inside the EU because otherwise the Chinese will swallow us and many others who are outside. We will have to work with the Chinese wherever it's possible, but we will have an increasing number of areas where we'll have to confront the Chinese. And the only way we can confront the Chinese is to be united, because they're already coming to our neighborhood and saying, here is the money to our Western Balkan countries partners, and say, build whatever you want. Now, the European money has string attached. So we have to convince everybody that these string attached are actually to the advantage of those societies in the medium to long term. And this is where we need a concerted and united political ownership.
Thank you very much. We keep talking about strengthening the commitments and also speeding up the transition. But how far can we go? Or, inspired by one of the questions from the audience, will there be a new Fit for at least 90 package or something of that sort? Should we expect this type of new commitments? And this question is to Paweł.
To me, the 2040 perspective is far away, to be honest, especially since, again, my focus is on this region, and we're struggling with the 2030 agenda somewhat. So, yeah, I think, the target for 2050 is quite clear, and most of the modeling and the pathways, IPCC reports, all of that, it's quite clear that getting to net zero by 2050 means by 2040 will be almost there. So yeah, I think 90% is a reasonable figure. But it also means that the different sectors have to align. So you would first need to decarbonize the power sector and adapt it to the growing electricity demand to decarbonize sectors like industry, transport, etc. So I think that's why the focus of our organization is the power sector, to start that and to just make sure we're deploying a lot of renewables, that we're building an energy surplus that then can tackle things like the electrification of transport. And the interesting bit is that we're already according to our forecasts and our analysis of industry forecasts, we're pretty much on track to reach beyond Fit for 55 by 2030. So if you look at the deployment rates of heat pumps, of electric vehicles, of wind and solar, and the forecast by the actual manufacturers and by the development companies, we're actually going to hit something like 44% of renewable energy in final energy consumption. So 44, our target is 42.5 at the moment. So, and that's sort of under current policies and, you know, under today's forecasts, and we're seeing acceleration happening all the time. The only thing is that to reach Fit for 55, to Fit for 90, all of those, we need to tackle some of these little bottlenecks that have appeared, which is the value chains, the supply chains, then there's the grid bottleneck, that is, you know, we have a 50 gigawatt connection queue of wind and solar in Poland, or 40 gigawatts in Bulgaria. So that's basically the equivalent of their current power system is stuck in a permitting and grid connection queue. So we have to figure those out. We have to figure out the cost of capital, because it's, for example, building an onshore wind farm in Poland is twice as costly as in Germany in terms of cost of capital. In Estonia, it's like 4 or 5 times. In Romania, it's the same. So those are the little things that mean that, you know, you can do 90% emissions reductions in Germany, but it's just across the border in Poland, it's just suddenly a bit more costly and a bit more problematic, and, you know, the grid is old and stuff like that. So there's a few of these also, let's say, distribution and geographical, regional issues that we need to make sure we're tackling, just to make sure that the whole EU is progressing and can hit the climate targets in 2030 and in 2040.
Kurt, you have your idea on that.
Yes, on 2040. So where we are, we have 2 targets fixed in law. One is at least 55% reduction 2030 and net zero 2050. So when we look at 2040, what we want to do is see what is the most cost-efficient way of getting from 55 in 2030 to net zero in 2050. It is not for us a question of more or less ambition. It's really a question of how can we provide the predictability for investors, for policymakers, for operators, what needs to happen in 2040 in order to get to 2050. What we see is that the Fit for 55 framework we have in place is very fit for 2030. But it will not get us in an optimal, cost-efficient manner to 2040 if we were to continue the same policy after 2030. Why is that? Well, there are a number of reasons. One is that, for example, agriculture and food is escaping from our policy architecture, and on current trends will not reduce or not significantly reduce emissions. So that is an area we have to tackle. Very difficult. We don't want to do this with a lot of polarization, but we need to start bringing in more food and agriculture. Secondly, we need to go to net zero. That means net negative emissions. So carbon removals will have to play a much bigger role as of the next decade. We need to start preparing this for now. But also, thirdly, we need to look at production and consumption. We will not tackle the net negative objective or reach it by only looking at energy decarbonization. For me, it's very clear that this decade is about decarbonization of energy in the first place. Getting fossil fuels out of our system as much as possible, laying the foundations for the future. But the next decade will have to be a decade of dematerialization, circular economy. That doesn't mean that we will not have materials or resources anymore in the economy, but we need to make a much better use of resources and materials and make sure that every unit of resource is delivering more value for money. That means that we need to prepare for moving from a model of production and consumption of mass production, which is a model of industrial development where other parts of the world, especially Asia, will always be better placed than us. So we need to move to a model of mass customization, where we produce goods and services close to and tailored to the needs of the individual consumer, be it a business or a household, using all the digital tools that we now have and for which the co-legislators having developed a very good framework to install trusts in the use of artificial intelligence, use of data, etc. So all this needs to combine in a true circular economy for the next decade and the decades after that. And that will be the big opportunity of our work on the 2040 target, for which we will come with a communication in the first quarter of 2024 based on an in-depth assessment, impact assessment, but it will then be after the European Parliament elections with a new commission coming in. That new commission will then table the proposals, the legislative proposals that will be needed to get us to 2040. No changes will happen to 2030. So for 2030, we're set, but we're already preparing the policy framework for after 2030 to be going in the most cost-efficient manner to 2040 on the way to climate neutrality by 2050.
Thank you very much. During this panel, we went through the summary of the greatest achievements. We answered the question whether we are on track. Yes, we are on track to reach the goals that were set, but still we have to work more, work hard. It won't be an easy task. We have to maintain the direction. There are no doubts about it, but we have to take into account regional specificities, especially within this region. We have to better explain the benefits of the green transition and the European Green Deal to ourselves, to our citizens, businesses, and external stakeholders. We have a lot to do, and we can continue speaking about it during the break. But before, let me thank our panelists for this excellent debate, and thank you for being with us and asking the questions.
Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Probably not yet. Okay.
Okay, is that okay? Okay, now I can hear my voice. So good morning to all of you. I'm very pleased to chair this second panel to present the key messages of the World Energy Outlook. Actually, I'm very pleased that this has already been a very nice tradition to be that the World Energy Outlook is part of the program of this conference every year. And this year, the official launch of the World Energy Outlook was on 24th of October, and you will hear the key messages about the key elements of the development of the energy sector. I consider the World Energy Outlook always as a Bible for the whole energy sector with predictions and forecasts, what we have to follow. So I'm extremely pleased that let me introduce the panelists. First, Peter Zeniewski from the International Energy Agency, which is part of the OECD. Then František Ružička, our ambassador, permanent representative to the OECD. And Oldřich Sklenář from the Association for International Affairs from the Czech Republic. We have about 1 hour for this panel. So without any further ado, I will give the floor to Peter Zeniewski. Before I will do that, I would like to say that this discussion is also very timely because we are just ahead of the COP28 in Dubai, and I'm sure that all of these questions which are included in the World Energy Outlook will be intensively debated in Dubai. This year, the World Energy Outlook brings 3 scenarios, one on stated policy scenario, one scenario about announced pledges, and third scenario about the net zero emissions by 2050. But without any further ado, I will give the floor to Peter and to tell us the key messages from the World Energy Outlook. So Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad I can continue the tradition of presenting the World Energy Outlook to you today. And it's really one that was conducted under extreme conditions this year. As we all know, all of us have felt in some way the energy price and supply shocks in different ways. And this morning's session really looked at how Europe has been coping. I'm going to look a little bit more at the global picture and zoom out to understand global energy trends as we see them today and where the energy system as a whole is taking us in terms of emissions, in terms of trade, in fossil fuels and clean energy. So with my slides, I don't know if they're up or... Do I have to press something? There we are. So in putting this WEO together, we were conscious of the fragility in energy markets and risks to energy security. There's always risk to energy security, but this past few years, as we all know, have been particularly challenging. And there's a lot of echoes and parallels with the first oil shock that occurred around 50 years ago as well. So let me begin with a few reflections on where we stand today compared with 1973. And that was the year where the oil shock, the first oil shock occurred, and that really led to the foundation of the IEA itself. Now, this is the global energy mix then and now, and it's immediately visible how the shocks of the 1970s prompted a big diversification away from oil. But it's also useful to consider the absolute values and appreciate how much global energy use has grown, with around 80% of this growth from emerging and developing economies. And if we zoom in on oil, it's a similar picture, especially when we look at absolute values. Demand for oil in advanced economies is pretty much where it was in 1973. And total demand has nearly doubled even as oil has lost market share. It's also worth reflecting on the fact that 50 years ago, there were 50 million cars on the road, and today we're at 1.3 billion. So this increase in oil demand hasn't really been as high as one might have expected back then, and that speaks to the huge importance of fuel efficiency and more recently the electrification of mobility, which is growing and keeping a lid on road transport oil demand. And finally, electricity, which has diversified more but also grown faster than any other major part of the system over the last 50 years. Oil has doubled, but electricity has grown nearly 6 times higher than it was in 1973. And in parallel to that, we saw how renewables now account for 30% of total global electricity generation. That's up 10 percentage points compared to 2010. So the trend towards electrification and towards low emissions fuels in the power sector is set to continue. Now, the world of energy has changed, and structural forces are set to change it even more in the decades to come. The first of these big structural shifts is solar PV and electric vehicles. And you see here the amount of electric car sales since 2015 has grown exponentially. So in 2020, even as late as that, EVs accounted for 1 in 25 car sales. And this year, we expect it to be around 1.5. The exponential growth of EVs is set to continue, rising to at least half of all sales in major markets of China, the European Union, and the United States by 2030. The other big technology is solar PV. It's become a huge industry. Around $1 billion a day is spent investing in solar, and that's now a higher amount than for oil. And before 2030, in our projections, solar PV and wind overtake coal to become the largest source of electricity generation globally. And by 2030, there will be more heat pumps and other electric heaters sold globally than fossil fuel boilers. The final force shaping this outlook is China, and the slowdown and rebalancing of the Chinese economy, as the Chinese government itself puts it, a pursuit of high-quality development. The working-age population in China has peaked, and so has cement production, and steel production is now close to peaking as well. We therefore see China's economic growth slowing down and rebalancing. Now, if we look at what that means in terms of the forward projections, if we take a step back and look at what's already happened in China, between 2012 and 2022, China was responsible for 2/3 of global oil demand growth, 1/3 of global gas demand growth, and it was by far the most important player in global coal markets. And all that increase in energy demand from 2000 and 2012 ended up with China accounting for around half of global energy demand growth in the last decade. And that surprised the world, and that's happened once already. But now its economy and its energy sector are changing. The energy sector should be ready for this or face a second surprise. The growth in Chinese renewables, which has surged ahead in recent years. China is the largest investor in renewable energy and clean fuels overall, alongside nuclear power in the electricity sector. All of this means that China's coal demand is set to peak in the next few years and then start a gradual decline. EVs already account for nearly 1/3 of car sales, and the number of internal combustion engine cars on the road will peak by 2030. And this leads to a peak in overall oil demand in China already this decade. China's gas demand is a slightly different story, and it will continue to grow across the following 2 decades in our stated policy scenario, but more slowly than in the past decade. A lot of the easy wins for China's gas demand growth have already occurred. Northern parts of China are now fully gasified, but the increase in growth is rather moderate looking ahead. Now, if you look at the rest of the world, and we split the rest of the world into advanced economies and other emerging market and developing economies, the stories look different there as well. If we zoom in on advanced economies, we see that the decline in coal demand is set to continue. Rates of coal decommissioning are occurring even faster, and we heard today about all the clean energy ambitions in Europe, which will naturally lead to a decline in the share of coal in Europe's energy mix, but also in other regions and parts of the world, like the United States. And in the longer term, the growth of renewables in power and heat pumps in buildings starts to erode some of the use of gas in advanced economies. Now, in emerging markets, the picture is somewhat different. Growth in coal demand will continue under stated policies, and that's driven largely by Southeast Asia and India, where energy overall, the demand for energy is growing very rapidly. Natural gas demand continues to grow, especially in places like the Middle East, where per capita gas consumption exceeds the United States by 2030. And we also project strong growth in Africa for gas demand to support sectors like industry and fertilizer production. But if we combine that growth with the declines in advanced economies and the peaks in China, we see the overall demand for fossil fuels, for each of the three fossil fuels, peaks by 2030 without additional climate policies. So those are the policies, only anticipating the policies we have in place today. Now, if we look at some of the drivers of that shift, solar PV, as I mentioned, is one of the key drivers of clean energy transitions, but it's also a major uncertainty. So what you see here is global manufacturing capacity, which refers to the maximum amount of solar panels that could be produced if all factories operated continuously all year round. And that capacity has increased fivefold since 2015, you see on the chart there, and it's set to double again by 2030 if all of the projects that have been announced go ahead. And a lot of these projects are indeed in China. Now, at the same time, the actual rate of solar PV capacity additions has not really run ahead of the amount of capacity available to be produced. So that means there's an underutilization of solar capacity, manufacturing capacity, such that only around 40% of the total is being utilized each year. Now, this imbalance between supply and demand creates financial risks for the manufacturers. It leads to very, very thin margins in solar markets, but it also creates huge opportunities for faster transitions. If demand for solar panels increases faster through stronger policy support, relieving bottlenecks in grids and scaling up power system flexibility through the use of battery storage, the uptake of solar could rise to over 800 gigawatts per year by 2030. And that would bring annual capacity additions for PV much closer to the net zero scenario by 2030. Now, with this high solar uptake, transitions in the power sector would be accelerated. We would see natural gas use in the power sector decline slightly by 2030, but it could be reduced by another 15% with faster acceleration of solar. And likewise in coal, there's already a substantial drop in 2030 in our base case step scenario, but with higher solar, we could see that drop even further. And this is just one example of some of the trends we're seeing where clean energy manufacturing is scaling up rapidly and even outpacing the demand for some clean technologies. This is happening for solar, but also for electric vehicles and for heat pumps. And in all cases, they present great opportunities to accelerate transitions. Now, if we pick up the story on gas, we've seen a lot of changes coming in gas markets, and that's mainly as a result of the growth in LNG, or liquefied natural gas supply. But first, if we take a quick look back to 2010, so over a decade ago, LNG trade was already a major global industry, but it was largely governed by point-to-point contracts between exporters and importers, and the US was actually amongst the importers, the group of countries importing LNG. Now, if we fast forward to last year, we've had an industry that has largely been transformed. We see a much deeper and globalized LNG market, and that was prompted by the shale gas revolution and the rise of the US as a major exporter. And that was really a vital component to ride out the shocks to the system caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the tightening of pipeline gas supplies to Europe. So in that year, just last year, the share of LNG in Europe's demand rose to 35%, and that was similar to the contribution from pipe gas from Russia before its invasion of Ukraine. But gas consumers around the world were left with bruises from this turbulent year, and for the moment, the conversation about gas remains dominated by fears of price spikes and security of supply. But that is set to change, and as you can see on the slide, we have a huge amount of additional capacity coming online. That's driven in large part by the United States and Qatar, but also new projects coming online in Canada, Africa, and elsewhere. Now, announced timelines suggest that all this increase, a lot of it will occur from 2025 to 2027, and that strong growth in capacity eases fears about prices and gas supply concerns. But where will this additional supply go? Europe is not going to necessarily take more. We've heard about ambitions to reduce natural gas demand. Europe already reduced gas demand by a historic amount in 2022, and demand has not necessarily been recovering since then, despite a drop in European gas prices. And neither will long-established markets in Japan and Korea necessarily be the off-takers to take in surplus LNG capacity. So the key consumers of this new gas supply are likely to be China and other emerging markets in Asia, particularly Southeast Asia and India. And this promises to become a very competitive arena amongst suppliers for these markets, especially if China's economic growth is weaker than expected, as we discussed before. Now, all of this new LNG coming online in the second half of the decade means very limited opportunities for Russia to secure additional markets in Asia. Russia's share of internationally traded gas used to be around 30% before the invasion. By 2030, we expect that share will be halved by then. Now, the changes that we've discussed have significant implications for investment. As you can see here, the overall amount of money invested in fossil fuels has stayed relatively stable over the last few years. It's around $1 trillion per year. And in the past, the trends in the stated policy scenario implied that an increase in fossil fuel spending was needed to meet future demand. But now that there's a peak in fossil fuel demand before 2030, this is no longer the case. The end of the growth era for fossil fuels, however, doesn't mean that spending has to stop altogether, but our analysis undercuts the argument for any increase in energy spending compared with what is already occurring today. And of course, we have to focus on the glaring risks to the climate and the risks of locking in fossil fuel use and emissions, so we need to accelerate momentum on the clean energy side. Now, this has been growing rapidly by more than 40% since 2020, and we are set for this to rise well above $2 trillion per year by 2030. So the ratio of clean energy to fossil fuel use accelerates even higher, even under stated policies. But what we would need to do to get on track for a 1.5 degree scenario, there's an urgent need to get more clean energy projects up and running, especially in emerging market and developing economies. And this is really key to enabling a scale up in clean energy investment above $4 trillion by 2030, and that's an amount of money needed to put us on track for a 1.5 degree outcome. Now, I just wanted to quickly pick up on the energy security theme, but look a little bit more in depth on outside of fossil fuels in particular. So what you see here is the market size and the ultimate concentration of energy-related commodities. So that's oil, gas, but also copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium. These are all essential critical minerals for the transition. Now, the market size you see here is shown on a log scale. So we are moving from some major global markets, in the case of oil and gas on the top left there, to some very small ones for rare earth minerals. And on the horizontal axis is the degree of market concentration, so the share of the top 3 producers for those particular commodities. And what you see here is the situation in 2017, and it's already visible. The level of concentration is greater for critical minerals than it is for gas and oil. So focusing on processed minerals, so those that are refined products, not the extracted ores, between 2017 and 2022, 2 things happened. The market for critical minerals is growing rapidly as clean energy transitions pick up speed, so that's pushing a lot of the bubbles upward. And the combined market size of key clean energy transition minerals has doubled over this period. So now it's now at about 320 billion in 2022. Now that's comparable to the size of iron ore, which is the largest bulk commodity. Now the second thing that happened is that these minerals have moved to the right, i.e. in the direction of greater concentration. So refined nickel, for example, the market share of the top 3 producers rose from 45 to 66%, refined cobalt from 77 to 90%. Others were high and stayed there. So how does this evolve in 2030 under stated policies, now that there's a lot more political attention paid to critical minerals? So we're starting to see some diversification, some diversified patterns of investment, but the majority of midstream projects are still being developed in today's dominant regions. And this really points to the need for continued vigilance and continued effort, both on supply, but also crucially on demand, via flexibility, innovation, substitution, and recycling, to make sure that these clean energy concentrations do not disrupt the pace of transition. So, looking at all of this in terms of temperature outcomes, we already know that 2023 was a deeply concerning year for climate change. As we heard earlier this morning, we've already broken temperature records, so this year will be the warmest on record, and extreme events around the world have caused devastating impacts for people, livelihood, and ecosystems. So under current policy settings, global energy sector emissions will peak by 2025. Now that's good news, of course, but we need a lot more good news than this, because even at that trajectory, the global temperature rise would still exceed 2 degrees in the 2050s and would rise by 2.4 degrees by the century's end. And that's still very, very far from the goals of the Paris Agreement. But there is a pathway for a safer climate, and it involves deep and immediate emissions cuts from the use of fossil fuels and net zero emissions by 2050. In that scenario, temperature rise would be peak above 1.5 degrees, but fall below that level by 2100. So we would have escaped the danger zone. Now, how do we get there? How do we get to that temperature outcome? The IEA has set out 5 key pillars for a successful energy outcome at this year's COP. The first of these pillars is a tripling of installed renewable capacity by 2030. Now that's well within the realm of the possible. Renewables are well understood, they're cost competitive, they're rapidly deployable in most countries around the world. And that means that technology, renewables by themselves, provide the largest emission cuts to 2030 in our scenario. The second largest emissions reduction comes from doubling energy intensity improvement by 2030. This improves energy affordability and security, which is particularly important now. And those factors alone start to erode fossil fuel demand. So the tripling of capacity and the doubling of efficiency sends a signal to give guidance to the industry on what they can expect on fossil fuel demand going forward. Now, within that, cutting fossil fuel methane is essential to limit near-term warming and give a fighting chance of meeting 1.5. Here, the fossil fuel industry needs to take responsibility, and we're looking forward to seeing a lot of announcements at COP in this area, particularly following Global Methane Pledge and other initiatives on the national scale. Now, to achieve all of these milestones, we need to increase clean energy investment, and the largest challenge here is, as I mentioned, to get that investment into emerging markets. So it needs to grow from around 750 billion in 2022 to over 2 trillion by 2030. And that requires strong domestic policies to attract investment, especially outside of China in that emerging market context. So these 5 pillars are a package. None of them by themselves are enough. All are needed if COP28 is to be successful, and the IEA stands, of course, ready to support those outcomes. And only with all these pillars can we build the roof of a safe climate over our heads. And I'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So I just want to encourage you that we have the Slido, and please, you have the opportunity to put your question there. And to stimulate discussion, we have 2 discussants. First is František Ružička, our ambassador to the OECD. František, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ingrid. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. And my first question to the discussion: why I'm here? I mean, there are so great energy experts. I don't think that I am the biggest energy expert, but I think that what we are dealing here and in generally with the energy is that we are dealing with the key issues for the survival of the humankind. And just let me tell you, because I'm not going to compete with the numbers you were getting during the presentation of the IEA World Energy Outlook, but let me just maybe name 6 or 7 challenges we should focus on when we look at what is happening. And I'm sure that I'm playing with my cell phone, but there are where my notes are. So the first, nobody questions IEA. IEA really reached the very peak of the importance in the discussions about the energy prognosis and energy development. And the materials that the IEA produces is something that should inspire us. But I have some issues which should be probably looked more. And the first was partially touched upon. It's the global environment. The global environment, aggression of Russia, very fragile Middle East, still Africa in a conflict, South Asia Sea. These are the factors that are going to have the detrimental effect on the future energy markets and energy supply chains. And we have to, the thing is that we are still catching the cat by the tail. We are responding to the crisis, but we are not looking, for what happens if something unexpected, it's not unexpected, happens. We don't know how long the Ukraine war is going to take place. We don't know how the Middle East crisis will end up, but we should be ready for the scenarios to step in right after these conflicts, enables us to step in. China was mentioned here, but I've heard a very nice statement that if Europe would like to go green, we will go to the deep red. And why? Because paradox, 10 years ago, we were fighting with China. China was not speaking about the clean energies, etc. Today, if there is a country who would be able to fulfill the goals of the Paris Agreement, is China. And of course, we see, that the economy is falling or slowing down, etc., but let's not underestimate the China and the Chinese role in the future energy systems. I'm not saying that it's going to be the partnership. It's going to be probably the rather competition than a full cooperation, but also the Chinese are pragmatic people because they know that they need to have, the supply and also, to address the demand. And there were the numbers mentioned, but when I look at the clean technology supply chain concentration in the critical mineral processing, material productions, and technology manufacturing, China is the single larger producer in all major clean technology supply chain steps. And now the question for us is, okay, should we isolate China, or should we find ways how to attract China to cooperate closely with us? Other emerging economies, India, Indonesia, Brazil. These are the countries where the precious materials are, the precious earths are, which are the key for the green transitions in Europe. So we should be much more active, and we should pay much more attention to the cooperation with India and Indonesia, taking Indonesia into the system of our cooperation, and taking the Brazil also, into the map of, because I represent Slovakia in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This is sort of like the Richmond Club, but it is not anymore the Richmond Club. This is the Rich Data Club. And it has to bring the countries that are changing the geography and equilibrium, and these countries are India, China, India, Brazil, and Indonesia, because China will probably be the different kind of the partnership which we may have there. Africa, we may have a very nice blue dreams about the green Europe and a green world and decreasing the global warming and the increase of the temperatures, but if we don't address the issues and challenges in Africa from several levels. First layer, as a continent full of resources that we need for the green transformation. The second, the continent that needs the energy supplies. The third, the continent that needs, that needs the technologies. And the funny and paradox thing is that we don't put so much money into the African transformation and transition to the green energy, because we have the technologies that are relatively not very expensive, quite cheap, but for example, the solar panels, we can increase the production of the African countries, or we can increase the access to the education of the African children for relatively very low investments. The two last things which I would like to mention are the supply chains. We, during the crisis and after the Russian aggression, we have, of course, changed and modified the supply chains. But as we see, and as the analyses are showing, the supply chains even from those countries who are under the embargoes can find out the way to the markets which are putting the embargoes. So at the end of the day, the sanctions are not providing the effect that we would like to see. And for us, it does not bring, the real diversification of energy supply, because we started to be independent from the Russian gas and oil, maybe, but we are going to be more independent because of the China supplies of some strategic materials. And the last point, last challenge for the future analysis are the disruptive technologies. Artificial intelligence, of course, is very popular these days because we all are looking at the different kinds of funny faces and funny statements and fake news. But the artificial intelligence is the software that can increase to the very substantive level the effectivity and efficiency of the energy production by controlling the grids, by forecasting, by seeing the problems of the grids, by controlling the energy production and consumption in households. And there are many other issues. So if we don't grab the artificial intelligence capacities to help us to go greener, then probably someone else will grab artificial intelligence and to bring us to be more redder in that sense. So, and I was not talking about the financing, but the financing is the other very broad idea. How to finance all these kind of the transitions, because there are the rich countries that have resources, but even sort of the developed countries, they cannot anymore finance the these kind of the huge energy transitions only from the public money. And public-private financing and blended finances are the key for us to be successful. So if the public sector and the private sectors will not merge together, the Fit for 55 and the Repower Europe will go farther to 2027, 2075 to 3000 and to the full extinction of the human race if we are not taking this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I will turn to Oldřich Sklenář for his comments, and I already see some questions on Slido, so please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and also thank you to the organizers for having me here. In fact, I will talk about similar topics as Mr. Ambassador. Actually, to be honest, I don't envy colleagues at the IIIa at all, because I think that their job is getting harder and harder every year. I mean, what used to be unthinkable is now becoming the norm. And unfortunately, I'm not talking only about the renewables. Just think back the last year about the news of sabotage in the energy infrastructure in Europe, which would normally be the news of the year in the normal conditions. But last year it was just one of many similar events that we are quickly getting used to. My impression is that in the current era of global polycrisis, the conditions for a perfect storm are rising. Again, think back to the last year at the effects of the energy crisis, which were caused not only by the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but also by the extraordinary drought in Europe, or the fact that France coincidentally went from being an electricity exporter to an electricity importer for the first time in the last 30 years due to unexpected shutdown of their nuclear power plants. From the European perspective, we somehow did manage last year, but you know that it wasn't for free, and our capacity to cope with such events is not unlimited. You might say that the answer should be increase our resilience by building and integrating new renewables. But let me remind that in this era, we are dependent on imports from China, as it has been said. And imagine a scenario if China decides to escalate the situation in Taiwan, then we have a huge problem. You can imagine. In the same way, badly managed energy transition that affects end consumers in form of excessively high prices can cause resistance from the general public, which will significantly slow down the entire transformation. Because in the end of the day, the end customers are asking on the electricity price. Most of them, they don't care about complexity of energy transition. So actually, these are the risks that we know about. But there is another problem, because the issue may be not what we know and what therefore can somehow model and prepare our reaction on it. But the problem could be things and issues we don't know, and therefore we cannot prepare for it. What I want to say is that future predictions must be based not only on careful modeling, but also on the ability to imagine previously unimaginable scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I look at the questions, I will add by the fourth question in the row because it's very much relates to both of your interventions. What insights does the VIO provide regarding changes to key assumptions and variables, and how do these changes affect energy system pathways global? And if I can use the opportunity, then I'm the moderator, but I would like to ask a question about Russia. Since we are in the region of the neighboring countries to Ukraine and to the situation in Ukraine, which is facing the war, and obviously all of these countries in the region have been dependent so much on energy sources from Russia. There has not been so much said about Russia in your presentation, so it would be maybe good to hear from you to elaborate on the outlook for Russia, because as the European Union has been adopting the packages of sanctions, some of them have been focused on the energy sector. My feeling is that we are not patient enough in this region. We would need to see the sanctions work, that they are efficient and they have really the impact on the Russian economy. So from that respect, I would be really very much interested if you could share with us the view of the IEA on the situation and position of Russia in the global energy sector. So the first questions, two first questions, please.
Thank you very much, and indeed very interesting questions and interventions there. Just to address the question about changes to our key assumptions, just a little bit of background in how we design our scenarios. So, we developed 3 scenarios to give readers a good range of uncertainty about the different pathways that the energy system could take. So there's already a kind of a built-in set of guardrails around some of the outcomes that can be possible. In terms of changing any assumptions, so the things that we hold constant across all the scenarios is the rate of energy service demand growth, because that's ultimately what leads to energy demand in 2050 or 2040, is the need for lighting, for heating, for mobility, and that is underpinned to a large extent by economic growth and by how many people are lifted out of poverty, how many can afford new energy services over time, and all those parameters are more or less held constant so that we can compare other drives of change across the scenarios. And that raises a set of interesting questions, because it means that the net zero scenario can occur with the same overall economic growth globally as in the stated policy scenario. And insofar as we explore sensitivities, they'll be linked to things like lower cost solar, as I presented, and the use of more solar capacity. Or it can be linked to, as you mentioned, Ambassador, the amount of international cooperation that we can expect going forward. And so we modeled a case where there's very low international cooperation. That means there's less trade in solar equipment, in hydrogen, and so on. And it means that the net zero goals cannot be met. So that was one of the key findings from the World Energy Outlook in 2021. And so even then, even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine and before all of the other geopolitical events that have occurred, it was very difficult to meet those global climate targets without strong international cooperation. So going forward, we publish this report every year, and we always take into account the latest data, the latest assessments of geopolitics. If there's sanctions or if there's bans on certain products, that's all taken into account in our modeling. So what you see is a snapshot of the energy system as it may evolve under today's settings. And just one final point on that, they're not two of the scenarios that we model are normative. So they fix the endpoint and then work away how to get there, but the stated policy scenario just looks at where the energy system might head under today's settings. In terms of Russia...
Sorry to interrupt
yeah.
you, but the one question is really, in your opinion, what is the real chance in percentage of achieving zero net economy by 2050?
But please, real predictions. So, okay.
Crystal ball.
So I can't lie. So unfortunately, I can't give a probability because, as I mentioned, these scenarios are meant to be utilized for policymakers who have ambitions to reach net zero emissions. You know, the way we frame it in our report is that it's still a narrow but achievable pathway. And I should stress that it's not the only pathway to net zero emissions. There's various iterations depending on how optimistic you are about widespread electrification or solar growth or hydrogen. There's a lot of technologies into play, but unfortunately there's no probability because it's a scenario. It's a preordained outcome on its own. We leave that to the politicians to understand the path ahead and what needs to happen. But the decision making around that and the beliefs underpinning that are more for the decision makers to think about. On Russia?
On Russia, please.
So indeed, you know, we've heard recent reports, and we track this very closely, about how much Russian oil is being sold over or under the $60 price cap. You know, Russia continues to earn revenue from its oil sales. It continues, as you say, to circumvent sanctions, and there's very creative trading going on in that. But as you mentioned, you know, if you take the long view on sanctions, it's not just about, you know, choking off the supply of income in the near term, but also what will happen to Russia's energy sector longer term. And if it can replace some of the services and the technologies that it required before the invasion to move ahead with developing new resources, with opening up new frontiers in its oil and gas exploration, and so on. And that becomes much more difficult the longer these sanctions are in place. And those sanctions are also constantly evolving. We've seen the United States take recent action against LNG projects in Russia and so on. So it's a moving target to assess, but certainly one where ultimately there's very few pathways open to Russia to diversify, especially in its gas markets. In oil, it's a more fungible commodity, it's more liquid markets, but you really need to make bilateral deals with off-takers, and Russia might find it very difficult to do so with China, given especially where we see Chinese gas demand heading, the fact that China's contracted a lot of LNG outside of Russia. It's not obvious that they need another long-term, large-scale pipeline to connect China to Russian energy. And there's been no political declarations thus far that have given any weight to that, those additional links. So that's why we see Russia's share of international trade going down by 2030, meaning alongside that revenues fall as its share drops from pre-invasion 30% to about 15% by 2030.
Thank you. Any comments?
On which topic? There were three.
Okay, whatever you want to comment. No? We can move to other question if you don't feel
Okay, just
anything.
maybe one comment on, in your opinion, what is the real chance? I've been here around different kind of the strategies we had in the past, the strategy 2000, 2020, 2030, now 2050, and it will go and go and go. So there is some optimistic development because just some numbers, if I just may quote here, global energy transition over the last year compared to the last year, I mean the solar capacity addition, 40% plus. Nuclear capacity additions, 40% plus. Heat pump sales, 11% plus. Electric car sales, 55% plus. Hydrogen electrolyzer capacity, 20% plus. These are very good numbers. I mean, if we continue in these numbers, I mean that the zero net emission goal in 2050 may be quite close into the reach. But this is the ideal assumption. So the thing is that the real prediction, I'm sure that who asked the question read Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, The Little Prince, how many stars there are in the sky. And of course, the real prediction is somewhere between 23 to 47% predictability that we can reach zero net emission. But don't quote me, please, or you may confront me in 20 years from now.
Yeah, but what is important, what you have said, that these are the recommendations for the decision makers in our countries. And as we know, in the European Union, the energy mix is still the national competence of each country. And of course, the energy mix is different in every country, and it's really up to the politicians to consider what is possible and how fast we can go with the green transition. Leads me to the question, a second question on the screen. If methane has to decrease by 75%, agriculture needs to get much more into focus. How can we foster transition in this sector? Because it really has the multi-dimensional effect. The green transition is not only about the ministries of environment in our countries. So if you can comment on that.
I mean, I think that's exactly the right point to make is in order to get methane and agriculture into the conversation about energy and emissions, there needs to be more integration politically within those ministries, amongst those decision makers who need to talk to one another. At the moment, competencies are a bit siloed in that respect, and what you really need is integration of those competencies to be able to say, look, let's focus on the problem. Methane's a very big problem at the moment. It has a lot of solutions in the energy sector, and those are very cost competitive. So we estimate that 75% of the energy methane emissions can be slashed by 2030. But there's not those easy, low-cost silver bullets in agriculture. And that's a problem. And it's certainly something that requires a broad political consensus and a coalition to tackle. Just one area where there might be some interest and overlap, and it's an area where I do some work in, is in biogases. There's certainly a lot of interest now in developing biogas and biomethane in the European Union, particularly after Russia's invasion. So it's a homegrown source of natural gas, and it can harness a lot of the agricultural waste that a lot of which would otherwise emit methane, so cow manure and so on. Now there's a lot of support policies in place at the national level. The REPowerEU target, which is very ambitious to get to 35 billion cubic meters by 2030, is also very important as a guide rail for that. But the difficulty is, of course, cost. And if it's possible to credit the avoided methane emissions from biogas facilities, then that really improves the project economics. But at the moment, that doesn't exist in a lot of places. So that's just one example of integrating emissions from agriculture with energy and actually coming up with solutions that work for all the sectors.
I think, thank you very much for these words, because there are certainly trade-offs, trade-offs between the speed and how quickly, how fast we could go with the green transition, and of course, trade-off with the costs of the process. And with the interest of industries, that really there has to be a balanced process, and there needs to be, first of all, discussion on the national level. What is the capacity of the country to move in certain speed in green transition? There is a question about the raw materials and components. Should we choose climate or competitiveness? Dependence, possible dependence on China and other countries regarding the critical minerals.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't frame that as a binary choice necessarily. I think that a lot of policies today are being crafted carefully in a way that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, developing supply chains at home would lead to necessarily huge or higher costs of final products in clean energy supply chains. But of course, there is a recognition of risk. And as ever, you know, diversification, diversity of supply, diversifying the supply chain is always a good hedge against unexpected disruptions. Now, some of those might be geopolitical, but others might simply be, a loss in industrial capacity due to extreme weather or just a simple, technical problem. If you concentrate supply for any raw material or any commodity, then you're liable to be exposed to those risks. And markets are not very good at valuing that. And so I think part of the problem is, of course, that there's been a relentless drive to cut costs, but not necessarily an awareness of how that leads to concentration risks. So I think a more balanced approach is occurring in a lot of countries now. There's a recognition that diversity needs to happen, but not at necessarily any cost. But just to be able to hedge against those risks is a very important part of ensuring that transitions don't get disrupted.
One question is, decade beyond 2030 will be about new carbon sinks. How you see CSU and agriculture sinks, regenerative farming in developed countries?
I feel like I'm...
No, you are. Yeah, you are.
Okay, so maybe I can start. That's kind of example of technology which, according to existing scenario, will be needed in the future. But I'm not saying it's not ready at all. We have some working facilities, but we have to scale this technology up to some completely different numbers compared to current situation. And that can be a problem because we have to also distinguish between carbon capture and storage in form of, let's say, end-of-the-pipe systems. I mean, to capture carbon from burning fossil fuels. That's one technology, which actually it's maybe not the best one because it's not decreasing CO2 concentration from the atmosphere. So it will not help us to sink the carbon from the atmosphere. On the other hand, there are existing attempts to develop technology which will be able to suck the carbon from the atmosphere. But problem is that you know what the concentration is. And this is quite energy intensive process. So that means that this technology will be like new energy consumer. So we have to then secure not energy for our existing economy, existing sectors, but then we have to ensure energy for this carbon sink. So for sure it won't be for free. The question is how to deal with this technology, with the scenarios, because agriculture and farming, of course, has some potential, but this potential is quite limited. And according to existing numbers, we will probably need some other form of carbon capture. So that's one of the points we need to focus on.
Yeah, just to add to that, in our scenario on net zero, we have about 6 gigatons of CCUS, so that's carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And that's out of something like 35 gigatons of energy-related CO2 emissions today. So it's a big chunk. Now, we've actually downgraded CCUS in our models simply because tracking the projects that are actually reaching final investment decision just doesn't give us confidence that by 2030, our old milestone for CCUS from the original net zero report can be met. That said, there's a huge swelling of projects currently. So if all of them go ahead, we would get 400 million tons by 2030. The problem is that, as ever, CCUS has a history of underperformance. There's been a lot of money made available for CCUS projects in Europe and North America. Not all of that has been used up, and projects often find themselves essentially losing momentum over time. And I think part of that is that there needs to be a recognition that these are large-scale, capital-intensive projects of the kind that are unlike solar PV, which is small-scale, modular, can be manufactured and standardized and so on. CCUS projects are specific. They need to be next to specific sites for storage and utilization. And the oil and gas industry has to play a big role in scaling it up, because it has some of the skills and expertise required to make CCUS bigger at scale. So it's less of a tool than in the past, but it's still essential to get to net zero by 2050.
Okay, time is up, but maybe one last question about the clean energy economy and new clean technologies and capacity of skills to provide these technologies, because that's the probably demand in all of our countries.
Indeed, yes. I think from the point of view of reaching those milestones of over 4 trillion investment by 2030, you need a lot of new skills and new boiler installation people who know how to install a heat pump rather than a gas boiler. You need a lot of shifts in skills from oil and gas and from traditional industries to electricity-based professions and so on. So that's very, very important. And obviously it speaks to a lot of just transition policies, because there are certain regions in the world that are overwhelmingly reliant on traditional fuels, fossil fuels, coal especially, mining communities in India and so on. We've done a lot of analysis of. And it won't be easy, because some of those jobs are not where the new clean energy jobs are. So there's a geographical dislocation risk there as well. On the plus side, the amount of clean energy jobs added in a scenario like the net zero one is a net positive. So you have fewer the losses in oil and gas are more than offset by the increases in clean energy jobs. But again, it depends on very responsible policies to make sure that those gains are equitably shared across the population.
Yeah, I will end with that good policies always make a difference, right? They are important. So I would like to thank our panelists. First of all, Peter Zingniewski, František Ružička, and Oldřich Sklenář. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Yes? Okay, it's working. So I would like to share with you just 2 technical details. You are all invited cordially to lunch. That will be downstairs this time, so our colleagues will navigate you to Brasserie Anjour. And after the lunch at 1:40, we will meet in this room. Here will be a panel on sustainable mobility with mayors. And in the connection room, there will be panel on electricity market reform. So enjoy your lunch and see you at these 2 panels. Thank you.
a lot of the technology for decarbonizing it already exists. It's a relatively low-hanging fruit in the energy transition, especially when you look at trying to address other things like heating and cooling, industrial powering of industrial facilities, and things like this. So that's why we're talking about sustainable mobility in an energy conference. The two are now completely intertwined. But why are we talking about urban areas? It probably goes without saying, but they are the places which bring people together, where lots of us come to live, to work, to play. We come into them and we go out from them. And there's a lot of different ways in which we do this. There's many modes of travel that we take, and each of them opens up their own possibilities for transformation and decarbonization, and all of our speakers will speak about different approaches they've taken to do this. It's also, cities and urban areas are also places where the impacts of congestion are felt most strongly, where so many cars, personal vehicles, delivery vehicles, taxis, and other kinds of things come together onto the streets. And so mayors in particular have to make hard choices about how to use the space available to the community. Is it for little parks? Is it for street side restaurants? Is it for parking? Is it for festivals? Is it for buses and transit? What are the balance of uses within the finite amount of space that they have? And finally, also mayors, I think in particular, have to deal with the human dimension of making these changes. What does it mean when you want to, let's say, try a new mode or invest public funds in new infrastructure? How does the community, how do the citizens feel about that? Does it increase some cost of theirs? Is it something that they feel they react negatively to or positively to? And what about when there is a difference there? You know, as political figures, as community leaders, mayors and chairpersons of elected bodies really have to deal with this. And as the panelists this morning were talking about, let's say, critiques of the rise of electricity costs, which are making some people more resistant to maybe transitioning to electricity, or more sensitive to it, or even what is the public sector doing to cushion the impact to end users, peoples, and businesses of rising electricity prices in a world where we are increasingly reliant upon electricity? These are all questions that mayors and chair people have to deal with, and I would hope we can get into maybe some of this in the discussion. And lastly, you know, mobility is about movement. It's not, people are not confined to borders. So even though we have mayors here, transportation is also quite regional. It goes beyond the borders of any one community. I want to come from my home village to my workplace in the city center. Or I want to visit a friend. I live in the city and I want to visit my grandparents who live out. So I'm traveling out. And so therefore transportation is also inherently regional. And so we are also very fortunate to have the head of a regional transportation authority here to talk, in addition to what they do, I think also bring that perspective to the discussion as well. So that, without further ado from me, we have an excellent panel here. You can also please provide questions via Slido. Make sure you have your translation devices if you'd like, and I will allow the speakers to introduce themselves. They will each provide a few-minute opening statement about what they are working on, and then we will have what I expect to be a very interesting discussion and invite your participation in that as well. So without further ado, Mayor Vella.
Thank you very much for having me. Of course, all of you welcome in our beautiful city of Bratislava. If we are talking about transportation, we cannot look at transportation in Bratislava through just one mode of transport. We need to look it through all our four modes, which is cars, individual transport, public transportation, cycling, and walking. And we need to do it in equal way. Our aim is to make transport around the city as safe as possible, comfortable, and efficient as possible for as many residents as is possible. But I also need to say that from historical point of view, now we have the biggest numbers of the cars in Bratislava that we ever have before. In fact, there are 9%, 31,000 more cars in our street than in 2019. We are seeing from our counters that the increase of numbers of cars in the biggest intersection in the city is around 20 to 30%. So this is the time from historical point of view with the biggest numbers of cars going through Bratislava. As the number of cars increase, so does the overall traffic volume, the number of vehicles and passengers on the streets, and this is which leads to traffic jams. There are significantly more cars passing through our major intersection, as I mentioned today, than there were last year or before years before pandemic. We all want to spend as little time as possible in traffic jams, of course. The fact is, however, that in our city, in a built-up area, in medieval city as Bratislava is, it's not possible to widen roads anymore, over and over. There is simply no more physical space for them to be wider. We are trying to do that sometimes, but it's also looking at examples from other cities which they did it. We know that this is not the solution. With more roads and wider roads, you just have more cars. This year, for example, we completed the widening of one important street in one important district of Bratislava from 2 for 4 lanes, project that many people considered unfeasible for many years, but we used the lanes as a bus lanes. The experience from all places and all the cities is clear. The only truly effective way to minimize traffic jam is to build high-quality infrastructure for as many different modes of transportation as possible, into which all residents will be efficiently distributed according to their individual needs and preferences. Simply, whoever chooses to take public transport or bicycle on the day that suits them is not taking up road space with their cars, leaving more space on the road for whoever needs to drive on the day. This effect, multiplied by 1,000, is exactly what enables drivers to have less traffic jams. No one is saying that everyone has to get out of their cars onto bicycle, but the distribution of the way how we are moving across the city is the key element of success for having less polluted cities, cities with less cars, and more people biking or walking around. While as recently as the fall of 2022, only about 90% of pre-pandemic commuters traveled on public transportation, today we already at the pre-pandemic levels. That is exactly why we have been strengthening and modernizing public transport since the beginning to make it even more attractive for the citizens of Bratislava. The annual tram pass is still cheaper than it was before I became mayor in 2018. And maybe a nice fact, just last week we introduced a 24 meters long trolleybuses to our system. Is just very nice, it's very effective. It takes 50% more of travelers, commuters, and we are happy we are able to use them in our streets. They don't need no specific roads or perimeters of the roads to be able to use it. Another mode of transport is cycling. Already today, around 20,000 residents use a bicycle to get around the city on a regular basis, to work, for example, to go to shopping. Another 40,000 cycle less frequently and for recreation or sport. Experience from other cities and from surveys in Bratislava is clear. 1,000 more people will start cycling if they feel safe on the road. This is exactly why we are building safe and high quality cycle path. For example, after the launch of the new cycle path on Vajanského, the number of cyclists crossing the riverbank increased by 45%. It is the resident who will choose to use a bicycle, the same as a public transport, thanks to the new bicycle path that will no longer take up space on the road with their car, leaving more room for drivers who need a car. Without exaggeration, a resident of bicycle or in the bus is an ally of resident in a car who will get stuck in less traffic jams thanks to him or her. Of course, one of the key elements in this are pedestrians, people who are using public transportation, and people who are using our new bicycle lanes. Thank you very much.
Super, thank you. And now, Mayor Morganov.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі. Дякую за запрошення на таку важливу конференцію, я думаю, не тільки для Європи, і для України, зокрема.
Good morning, dear friends. I'm so happy that I could take part of this conference. I'm the mayor of Vinica in Ukraine, and I'd like to show you on this slide where Vinica is actually positioned now. We are, of course, in Ukraine. We are at the crossroads of a number of international routes. We are the only city in Ukraine, the only region which is neighboring with 7 other regions of Ukraine and 1 foreign country. It's a very good area when it comes to logistics and when it comes to doing business and renewal of infrastructure in the city as such. Vinica has 400,000 inhabitants. And from the beginning of the war, there's of course much more new internally displaced. Before the start of the war in February 2022, we actually joined the green concept of transformation of public transport. These are the objectives on the slide behind me, what we want to achieve. There are various important issues related to mobility as such. In 2019, Ukraine joined the concept of integration development of the city, and we started to deal with ecologization of public transport. And the public transport was one of the components of environmental development. So I'll tell you more about the context of our development. We understand that our role is to select or choose the priorities and the priority modes of transport and to create a high-quality infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists in order to achieve stable public transportation and also to limit the usage of private transportation, that is cars. Also, we want to make sure that more e-cars are being used. In 1919, we conducted a survey, and we saw that 50% of Vinica used mainly public transport, and therefore joined the reform we actually decided to implement. However, the situation got complicated with COVID, and later on, obviously, with the invasion by Russians and the internal migration or internally displaced population, which was a very important factor, which led to the increased number of passenger vehicles on the streets of our city. Also, with the increase of the number of passenger cars, there were 2 factors, not only the internal displacement population, but also COVID pandemics, which also led to the increase of passenger vehicles and limited usage of public transportation. So this was the situation before the start of the reform. The means of public transport were very, very old, most of them from the 1980s. And all of these vehicles, like buses, had high chassis, which of course led to complicated complicated usage by people with disabilities, and there were a large number of small providers with tiny vans and small types of buses or coaches, and this was a bit problematic factor. But then I'm talking about the 1990s, and then we conducted a number of reforms, and this led to a substantial increase in the quality of the means of transport. We even started to use electric buses, and 53% of means of public transport in Vinica, 53% of inhabitants of Vinica use public transport, and our mobility. This is the current status quo of the public transportation in Vinica. There's a widely developed pedestrian network. We actively work since the year 2018. We've been actively working on supporting the use of cycling paths or using of bicycles as a means of transport. And when it comes to trams, we have 56 kilometers of tram lines in Vinica. And this network provides a comfortable means of transportation and basically our major strategy objective is to support the usage of trams or streetcars, if you like. We have 74 streetcars that we use in the city of Vinica. These streetcars have low chassis, and they are 2 times cheaper compared to all the models, and taking into account our limited budget, this is an important factor. And then we were buying trolleybuses from Turkey and implemented different parts. They have autonomous operation.
We have 17 units of this kind, these autonomous units. We're the first ones in Ukraine to implement payment, wireless or cashless payments for public transportation. What are the prospects or plans until 2030? We would like to have 60%. We would like to exchange 60% of our fleet, and we would like to purchase such cars with that have low chassis and also are energy efficient. We use Swiss vehicles, and we are also trying to introduce low chassis trams because they are much more comfortable for our citizens and to use. The main problem that we are facing is to replace 216 microbuses and using public buses for a higher number of passengers. When it comes to EVs and e-buses, we have heard a lot about promoting and introducing hydrogen buses, but I think this will be very much dependent on our budget and on the money that we have available for buying or purchasing new vehicles. Our plans are very much like plans of other European cities. For instance, we have visited Germany, and we also want to scale up using the public transportation in our cities, just like any other European city. Building high-quality infrastructure is incredibly important. And when it comes to using bikes, There are only two cities in Ukraine that keep on using bicycles. It's Vinica and Lviv, sorry. We are trying really to create good conditions for using bikes in our city. What are the challenges ahead of us from the beginning of the Russian invasion to Ukraine? We have got many new buses or vehicles that were imported from the US. Also, we are using new cars that are not running on oil, on diesel, and we are also planning to reconstruct the tram lines. The challenge that we have been facing from 24th of February 2022 was to maintain the public transportation running 24/7, like just as before. And this was one of the great achievements. We really wanted to keep the public transportation running even under the war, so that people could still use it. And when talking about public transportation, there are many challenges in Ukraine, and also challenges that we, as the city of Vinica, we are facing, and we need to strategically implement all the solutions.
Thank you very much. If you hadn't said it yourself from your presentation, we would not realize it is a city in a country that is under invasion and bombardment. It's also, like you said, common challenges being faced by other cities. So you seem handling it quite well. Now, the last presentation come from Chairman Moris of Ostrava Public Transport, the first and only diesel-free public transport agency in all of Czech Republic. So, Chairman Moris, please.
Thank you, Aaron. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Let me say a few words about Ostrava. I am chairman of the board of public transportation of Ostrava, and Ostrava has a long history which contains heavy industry. Ostrava was a black city because there were heavy industry, power plants in the center, and a lot of sources of air pollution. So we had very serious problems a few years ago because of air pollution and, of course, carbon dioxide pollution too. So many people went out from Ostrava, so we lost in last 30 years almost 50,000 people. So it was a really serious problem, and therefore we decided that we have to from the bottom to the sky. Yeah. And therefore our former political leaders decided to sign CEEC. CEEC is a commitment about sustainable mobility and environment plan, and therefore we decided that we create new Ostrava from the black to green, and to be more attractive for our citizens and for our children. And therefore we decided to create some new approach to make better air in Ostrava. So nowadays we can say we made a few steps to did it a better place for our people and for our citizens. We have a few measurable aims and maybe few hard measurable aims, but it's also about a philosophy. It's about way of thinking, how we think in Ostrava about our environment. The one measurable place which is public announced is decreasing carbon dioxide increasing about 55% to 2030 when we compare it with year 2000. So we want to decrease carbon dioxide production almost on the or more than half nowadays. I can say we did it because we stopped producing power from the power plants in the center, and a few companies which were produced steel are also closed now. So the air is more acceptable for people. We can say that we are more green. Thanks also, we have one of the most developed public transportation company in Czech Republic, because we don't use any diesel buses, as you said, Aaron. We use a lot of trams. We have 200 trams. We had around 70 trolley buses, and we have a huge fleet of buses, which is based on CNG, electricity, and I believe in the future in hydrogen. So our public transportation company is a leader in low emission transportation systems in Czech Republic, and we believe that one day we will be zero emission public transportation. First zero emission public transportation in Czech Republic. That's our target. Of course, that is not only target to create sustainable mobility in our city. We also believe in other parts of mobility, like creating infrastructure for pedestrians, for bikers. Of course, bike sharing is very popular in Ostrava nowadays. We have almost 7,000 uses per month. So people in Ostrava are very active bikers. And of course, we trying to create or finish the whole infrastructure for cars, because we have a strong competition with the cars, and therefore we have created few, and we are preparing another park and ride parking places. So there are some great examples to show how it works, because we want the center of the city, which is creating to a nice green place for people in Ostrava in the center to be free of cars, and therefore we have to finish infrastructure for bikers, pedestrians, and public transportation systems. So maybe it's good to see, and it's good to show you. So I would like to invite you to Ostrava, how you can change Black City to one of the most green city. So we are a good example, and we are a good example to show you that it can be possible.
Super. Great. Thank you very, very much. And where should we sign up for the tours of Ostrava? Should we send? All three of you have talked about installing, let's say, bike infrastructure? We'll cover a number of things in this discussion, but let's start there. It's also one of the questions. Why? Are you doing it from the perspective of trying to, reduce car use in the city? Or are you doing so maybe stopping something that is perceived as bad or problematic? Or are you doing it to, let's say, enable and support people to get out and travel in a different way or in a more, let's say, physical, healthy way? Or is it some different combination thereof? All of you are doing it, so you must have some reasons.
Maybe I can start. So you have many levels of why it's important to buy a bicycle infrastructure. Of course, one of the level is the city, which is happy city, always make sports. Always people in the happy city always moving around, and to give to our citizens a possibility, a chance to use a bicycle not as the only weekend mode of transportation for sport or leisure, but to use it where the weather is good on a daily basis or for moving around the city. It's a good goal. It's something you want to have in your city. And of course, and I will repeat it, there is a more pragmatic approach which is talking about that we need to offer to our citizens different alternatives or possibilities to move around the city. We cannot, the number of cars is growing every year. I told the numbers, and we are not able to make roads bigger. And if we are doing and building more roads, we know that more cars are coming. We saw it. We're not going to repeat the same mistakes or different big cities from mainly western part of Europe. In 70s and 80s, there was these big ideas about building new roads and new cars infrastructure. And now these cities are trying to go back to cover it with parks or to just cut the traffic out of the, for example, old towns. More cars, more roads mean more cars. Of course, we want to have people not spending time in traffic gridlocks or traffic jams. It's important for a citizen to spend their time with doing what they like, to stay with their families and so on. And for this reason, we need to offer a very good alternatives for moving around. For us, it's to have a very high quality public space, of course, where people can just walk, old school walking. In Europe, it's super normal. In American cities, it's something they're trying to have. We are working a lot on our transportation of the public transport. We're buying new trams, new buses. I'm actually building and reconstructing the third tram line in these days, so it's something we are really working on. And once again, I still believe in our city with weather conditions we are having, which are unfortunately every year more. They are better for cycling, but it's also the sign that something is happening with our environment. Bratislava has a topography which is quite the biggest part of the city is just without the hills. I really believe, looking at other cities, that the bicycle can be a alternative for transportation in the city, and this is the reason why we need to offer people alternatives.
Okay. Anyone else?
Я хочу сказати, що, знаєте, ми коли поважували
I'd like to say that when we started with supporting cycling infrastructure in Vinica, most adults in our age, they thought about their childhood. And everybody said, like, 40 years ago, everybody was using bicycles. Then, of course, everybody switched to cars, passenger vehicles. But now we see again that when you want to pass the city through a traffic jam is not a very pleasant experience. And this is also why we popularize cycling again. It's a very dynamic development we've seen in Vinica, in Ukraine. The climatic conditions are also causing this sort of side effect of enabling, using cycling for longer periods of the year. Of course, in winter, for 3 months, nobody using bicycles because it's really, really cold. But as soon as the sun gets out in spring, everybody pulls out their bicycles. And in our city, we try to work with this quite actively, or proactively. When it comes to passenger vehicles or car transportation, we counted that when you have a trolleybus with the capacity of 150 passengers, and this trolleybus basically can replace 150 cars with only one driver, which is quite frequent, right? So I believe that we could extend the roads forever and ever, but they would be forever congested with cars. This is an axioma that applies to every single city, including Vinica.
The valuable thing in our lives is the time. And therefore, I believe that if we create infrastructure, for example, for biking with another types of mobility systems like public transportation stops, so we can use biking as a first mile, last mile. We can combine it with park and ride systems and so on. So if we are thinking about bike sharing like another system which is necessary to create whole infrastructure for a good life and for fun and of course for saving the time, it would be very competitive way how to be mobile in the city. And therefore, I'm absolutely sure that biking is a necessary part of city mobility.
Super. I can imagine that there would be someone else out there who might say, yeah, time is the most important thing, and the fastest way for me to live my life is to be, let's say, driving everywhere. That would be the fastest for me. So I can imagine that in rolling out some different initiatives, and not just biking, but any, let's say, sustainable mobility initiative, there are going to be times when you encounter disagreement or conflict or, let's say, angry voters or, whatever it is. So I'm wondering if each of you could share an experience about that situation and maybe how you dealt with that and any lessons learned, so that anyone watching out there who's thinking about how in my community or my city should we roll out a sustainable mobility, whatever it is, action, what can I learn from the experiences of these three in your communities? Chairman?
Of course. Many people are used to use cars as the fastest kind of mobility, personal mobility. But it depends on the strategy of the city, and we have to imagine in what kind of city we want to live. Yeah. So if we want to have a clear city with fresh air, with no stress situations. So I believe that future cities will be focused on pedestrians as the first, bikers as second, public transport as the third, and cars will stop on the border of the cities. So that's the future cities which I believe in it. And I'm sure that this kind of city will be more competitive as others.
So in response to the question, the audience question, do you believe that low emission zones are the future of Central Eastern European cities? You would actually say no emission zones are the future?
It depends on different situation. It depends on the history, geographical issues, and so on. So I don't want to be strict in my opinion, but I guess that you have to create a final idea which city you have to create, and you will be able to set up some ways to finish it.
Thank you.
Hello. It's all about to be honest with our citizen. The reality is simple. More cars in our city mean more time spent in traffic jams. That's it. That's the reality. We see it. I know that data and scientists and all the reality in these difficult times for the truth in not only local politics, but in all European politics is problematic, but that's just the truth. And we need to explain it to our citizens. For this reason, it's necessary to find and put our energy, money, and time in other ways of transportation. Just before COVID, I have a nice lunch with the mayor of Vienna, and he was a little bit upset because not too many people, as they expect, were driving bicycle on their new bicycle infrastructure. And the fun of that was that he told me everybody is in our public transportation. They don't want to move to the bicycles. I say that's the good that's the good way. Actually that's the best way. And Vienna is one of the city which is the number of cars is getting smaller every year using the Vienna. Vienna is something all of our cities are looking to as an example, which is very difficult to catch. But the truth, even if it's very difficult to explain, is that with more energy for cars, we will have more cars. And of course, what we're not saying to car user that, let's get out from your car and you need to be a bicycle, used to bicycle. No, we are just creating alternative for everybody who wants to use a public transport, who wants to use a bicycle. I don't see nothing bad on using cars in the city in the day where you need it, but we know that there are a lot of people who are, if they have a very good, high quality, safe, clean, and quite speedy public transport, they are going to use it. We know that for sure. And of course, we are seeing from other cities that if we are able to build high quality, mainly safe cycle infrastructure, people start to use it. And I thought the question, this is like chicken and egg situation. Without good cycling infrastructure, you will not have enough people using bicycle every day in our city. That's very important to stretch out.
Okay, and what about the... Oh, sorry.
Ви ж бачите, що проблематика і розуміння міста Братислави, наприклад,
Let's take any European city or Vinica. The situation is very similar. I do recall when we want to create and present alternative, it needs to be a quality alternative. We have started using new trams, for instance, that we were producing ourselves, and people were waiting for new trams. People wouldn't want to hop on the old trams, but they wanted to hop on only on new trams. The people just wanted to ride on the trams with low chassis. So they always want the best alternative. So if we have high quality infrastructure, it would work well in every city, and people will just understand that this is much better an alternative than using a car in order to prevent being stuck in traffic jams. And people really want to opt for more comfortable options. Okay, and your question, what is going to be the take of voters? We shouldn't be afraid. We need to talk to our voters. We need to explain what are the positives of the strategy that the city has chosen, because if everybody is going to, everybody's wish is to have greener, more ecological city. And we understand that it actually depends on each and every one of us what kind of a city we are going to have.
And earlier there was a question that some people might feel like these choices are taking something away from what they had before, from the city that they had before, from the width of the road, for example, here. How do you react to people who feel like your initiative, whatever it is taking something away from them? Does that happen, by the way? I should not assume.
Yeah, we have everybody who's from Bratislava knows what I'm talking about. We just a few months ago we changed 4 lanes on our riverbank to 2 lanes for cars and 2 lanes for bicycles. And even if many cyclists were happy about it, there was of course, backlash from general public with the idea that we are taking space for cars. And it's important to stretch out that we're only looking for compromises. We're only looking for space for everyone. 900 meters from riverbank, there is an 8 lanes motorway, which can be used in very easy way and still have enough space for more cars. So what we are doing is just trying to explain that it's not about taking something from somebody. It's about to find a right way for everybody. It's very difficult. It's impossible to do it in local politics, but it's also important to, as I told, trying to make more accessible and more safer other ways of transportation. We are spending millions of euro in subsidizing our public transportation company. We're spending a lot of money to buying new trams, new trolleybuses, new buses, and we're spending a lot of money to make our roads safer, of sidewalks safer, and accessible for everybody. So I'm repeating myself, but it's very important and it's simple truth that we need to have different alternatives for moving out of the city. That's the main thing.
That's great. And how do you feel about Los Angeles? It's a popular question. Would you consider Los Angeles one of the worst examples of infrastructure planning? If you're familiar with Los Angeles.
I'm familiar with the thing that they built a multi-billion-dollar lane for more people in the car, and it's not working. I read a case that this is not working, so I don't have I don't have many information about Los Angeles, but it's a completely different situation. Los Angeles is not pedestrian city. You have so much space for walking. The distances is much wider than in Bratislava. And I think Bratislava is a middle-sized European city which really can have it all. We just need to have a trust in it and have some kind of patience from for my citizens. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm asking now. And there is also the question about why we did the cycle path for bicycles wide in the same space as the cars. We are cutting 2 lines, in 1 line for cars and 1 bicycle lane. And this is also about the speed of the cars, how they're moving in the city. The most simple rule or instrument to slow down the speed of the cars in the city is made car lines just a little bit narrow, more wider space for cars means more speed. And of course, we still, with the municipal police, cannot measure the speed of the cars in the city, even if we are fighting and trying to make Slovak parliament to give us this power to control the speed of the cars. We don't want to do a path or lines, car lines, too wide, because it means people will speed up in this space. And the center of the city, we are talking about the riverbank, which is cutting the old town from the Danube. Just 2 speedy cars are not the good way. Have to create a happy city.
So that's interesting. The Slovak government doesn't give the city of Bratislava the ability to control the speed, but you can control the width of the lanes.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah. Would you like this? Yep.
I would like to say that it's not about restrictions and maybe not about rules generally, yeah. It's about competition. The question is, are we competitive? Are we competitive for people, for our children to live here in the future? That's the main question. That's the main issue.
With that in mind.
Yeah, and therefore I don't want to judge planning system of any city. Yeah, because it's about many detailed information about people needs, about geography, about history, and so on. It's the only main questions: are we competitive?
Okay, super. Did you want to speak?
Я б, до речі, про Лос-Анджелес.
I think that American cities are quite different when it comes to planning, urban planning, compared to Europe. There are cities that do not have public transport at all, and they only use passenger vehicles, or cars generally. And Americans, when it comes to urban planning, and all these other priorities are pretty much following the European cities. And talking about competitiveness, I agree. But when it comes to comfort of housing and the quality of living, it's not only about bicycles. It's about the total infrastructure developed for quality living and quality of life that equals leisure time, culture, sports, work, education, protection of health. It's a comprehensive package, and it's a very wide concept. When we're talking about, being competitive for your citizens, so that they do not leave your city and look for other places to live. But transportation, naturally, is a very important component when it comes to comfortable usage of infrastructure and comfortable living in a city.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, when people ask me, I live in Bratislava. When people ask me why do I live here, in addition to family reasons and work reasons, I say it's a really great quality of life that we have here. Great balance between, big city activities and commuting, but also the many, things that take place here with a lot of the less traffic and hassles of a much bigger city. And so being responsive to the public is important, so we should definitely take the most popularly upvoted question here, which is a challenge which is, What do you think about reducing the speed limit for cars to 30 kilometers per hour maximum within the city limits, although I guess in Bratislava you don't have that power exactly, as was the case in Brussels. But how would you respond to the argument that this could actually result in more emissions by being produced by the cars? And I'm guessing because they're not going so quickly. They're going slower, therefore they're in the city for longer, is I'm guessing why more emissions. Does anyone want to?
As I said before, I'm not a fan of any restrictions. It depends on concrete and detailed information of each city. So I guess there are. It's not a good way to make restriction. It's better way is creating a competitive area. Yeah.
Hello. From my point of view, the speed limit for cars can help us with safety on roads. And what we are doing last 3 years in Bratislava is a project called Street for Kids, or the biggest umbrella city for kids. What we are working on, what we are trying to do to create as much a safer city environment for kids possible. That's what we are doing. We are working with the schools. We have 60 schools. We are changing the public space around the schools so it's safe for our kids and people are not afraid to leave their kids to walk to the schools. We are changing crossroads. We are looking at how the cars are parked close to the crossroads and intersections. And the speed limit is an important element in all of this. We know what is the difference when you're going 30, when you're going 40, when you're going 50, how meters you need to stop the car, what is your possibility to see the object in distance, and this is all the things already measured. So the speed limit is important. To be able to measure and control it is important. Is important for our kids for us.
Підтримую цю тезу, тому що по великому рахунку це безпека для всіх.
The lower the speed, the lower number of traffic accidents, and every participant of transportation will only gain from this limited speed because there's higher security. This is a very important factor. And it is very important to give priority to pedestrians and cyclists as more vulnerable participants of transportation. And when it comes to other parts of roads, we need to make sure that the road transportation is safe for everyone. That's all.
Question too is when there is a conflict between uses or between objectives, maybe safety is one, you've maybe all said that that's actually the most important, but what about if decarbonization is the objective, or, I don't know, economic activity is the objective? How do you compare or, let's say, weigh between those competing priorities when you're making these big choices?
So, of course, the ecological side of all of this is important, and if we're talking about supporting pedestrians or bicycles, it's clear. If we're talking about the public transportation, there are limitations we are having in 2030 from EU, of course, and we are already now talking about how many trolley buses are going, how trolley buses are going to be important and more important element of our big scheme of public transportation. We are looking at different ways how to use and buy our buses, like hydrogen, of course, is one of the ways. And it's all about trying to make, and I know I'm repeating myself, but it's all about make a right choice for any of our citizens and give them alternatives.
I guess that we are all salesmen. Yeah, so we have to create idea for good living, and when we create idea, we have to deliver it, and therefore we have to combine needs of people and of course we have to deliver healthy way of living and creating a good environment. And when we will do it successfully, people will say to us by their legs. Yeah, so people vote with their legs. So that's a good response.
And their pocketbooks too,
yes.
huh? Which is the transit problem, maybe. Yeah. Would you like?
Я думаю, що, дивіться, в нас же ж теж, от, наприклад, в Вінниці дискусії певний час ще є
Sorry, the Slovak booth is waiting for the signal from the Ukrainian booth. Okay, we have it now. When it comes to trams and their value, they are very, very, very important. And besides the quality of public transport, they also reduce emissions. And they reduce the noise, the unpleasant noise that comes from public transportation. So the less the more trolleybuses or trams that run on electricity we have, the better for the city, because they reduce the noise, they reduce the emissions. So the more of these modes of transport, the more comfortable city we will be building or developing. And this is why we really support this.
What are the most common issues or barriers that cities encounter in expanding and improving their public transit infrastructure? Chairman, what is? Oh, sorry, you're ready.
I have a brief answer. Yeah, I guess it's communication. Communication to people, communication between people, between political leaders and people. So general communication is the most difficult issue when we are trying to install or improve some public transportation infrastructure or some new kind of transportation.
Can you explain more, like why you're doing it, or why there, or yeah?
We have to be better salesmen, yeah, because for example, we are building in Austria, or we are trying to build a new infrastructure for trams, but people are scary about this new project because they have not enough good information. They believe in some myth about this building. They are scared that there will be noisy area and so on. So therefore, we have to communication system for development of public transportation system.
So mostly the community, the residents.
Mostly the community to the people and so on.
No.
I guess that's a general question. I also have a problem with communication in my family, so yeah.
Context matters.
We have the most complicated and difficult public procurement in EU, which is taking a lot of time, giving less possibilities and power to who is running it, and it's very strict and it's very slow. And also we have the most complicated way how to use EU funds in Slovakia. That's there is no, if you don't have a problem with community, if you don't have problem with public, it's, and you are, I mean, I know it from my experience because we did, what I'm doing is now I'm reconstructing the third tram line in Bratislava during the last 6 years. So the main problem is how to, of course, manage public procurement, European money, and money in general, of course, is the big problem. But we know, we are sure about it. We see it on the ground. We see it when we're doing any kind of a survey that the high quality, clean and safe public transportation is something which is very popular and something which is really wanted by our citizens.
As a near daily user of it, I can...
Ну, у нас основна проблема – це війна. Ми фактично 2 роки...
Our huge problem is war. When it comes to infrastructure projects, we are on hold. We are not doing anything, and we are rather paying attention to safety of our people in hospitals, in patients, to the safety of our children. It is a question of energy infrastructure, and protection of our energy infrastructure against the shelling or against the attacks. And this is a huge problem that is hampering any kind of development, including the support and implementation of any green measures and green solutions.
I can't even imagine. Rapid round on micromobility and scooters. Do you view them as actually a, let's say, tool in the shift towards sustainable mobility? And if so, you know, how do you foresee them, and what role do they play in the city, and how can they be, let's say, successfully regulated?
So what happened in Paris and other cities are coming, I think. I mean, a few years ago when the scooters started, everybody said this is the future of urban micromobility, you know. You just can drive your scooter from one place to other, leave it there, somebody else is picking there. The problem is that there is some kind of education on discussion about how to use it, where to park them. This is the biggest problem because people are parking them everywhere. This is something we missed. And now people are generally quite a lot against it because it's just sometimes making it possible to walk on the sidewalk. Sometimes it's just people who are using the scooters are not following the rules, using it on the sidewalks. It's dangerous. So something which is, I think, generally good, and it can really help the mobility in our cities became something not very popular, something which many people feel they're oppressing them on. We have a lot of people complaining about the scooters. So once again, we're working with the company, trying to because of GPS, you can say what speed, in which zone you can go, where you can park your scooter. We're trying to find once again, some compromise and a space for everybody.
I absolutely agree, because there are some experience with systems with bike sharing and scooter sharing in the city in two ways: hub system and non-hub system. Yeah, I believe in a hub system because there are better order and it's better managed system and people are more maybe educated where the hub is located, that it's better connected to another public transportation system. But of course, education is the most important. Cities are not adjusted for or this majorly city were not built for micro-mobility systems, yes. Therefore, we have to educate especially young people how to use it, how to work with it, and of course cooperate with providers, yeah. So that's the way how to set up a micro-mobility system with our cities nowadays.
This is also I used to have opinion about the dockless bike sharing, which I was a big fan of it. But now, looking at other cities, other examples, and a good example is New York City, which they have a fantastic network on Manhattan, but also in Brooklyn, of docking station for bikes. These docking stations are just giving some kind of order to this kind of network and mobility, and now where everybody understands that the real deal in biking the cities are electric bikes, the stations are also used for charging. So going a little bit back, in my opinion, to anything shared which has dock station, for example.
Ну, я можу сказати, що в нас теж є ця проблема сьогодні з самокатами. Молодь досить активно користується.
We want to regulate this process in some way. We cooperate with operators of those systems. We communicate where people can leave their scooters, and so that the operators then can collect them, and they need to be well maintained because the scooter drivers can actually be part to some accidents, right? Traffic accidents. But most of our municipalities are rather critical about using scooters on their streets. And I believe that there will be more bikes and scooters will somehow be used.
Thank you so much. We are at an energy conference talking about sustainable mobility. So I want to give you each, let's say, 30 seconds to give your final statement to the audience. What role do you see the transport system or the mobility or the powers that you have to contribute to decarbonization and a generally more sustainable and healthier world? The theme of the conference.
I will start, and once again, sorry for that. I'm going to repeat the same thing. If you want to have much safer, happier city, more environmentally friendly, and going with concept of decarbonization, as we all need to, we need to create different ways, different alternatives for moving around. That's the main thing. That's what I'm already talking about this for last 6 years. There was one of the topics of my campaign 5 years ago was the same topic 1 year ago of my campaign. It's always the same thing. We see the examples of other cities. We think what's happening. To give people alternatives. That's very important.
I believe that the most important thing is creating the most detailed, public declared aims for clear and sustainable mobility to persuade people as a competitive way how to create competitive city. So, plus good communication.
Theme of yours. And the final word, please, Mayor.
Ну, дивіться, це не тільки мобільність, декарбонізація, це ще й
It's about green economy, heat, water, all the components of green economy. Those are goals that the cities need to pursue so that their citizens feel comfortably.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you for being here.
we will speak slowly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are here. Please apologize for a little delay. But we are currently going to discuss about the gas market, very challenging issue and very hot topic since the starting of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Since that time, it has the gas map really been rewritten in a very significant way. So we can say that since that time, the main challenge for the European countries has become energy security. Of course, member states have acted very quickly to find alternative suppliers, mostly delivering LNG, and also has started a huge investment to build up infrastructure, like new LNG terminals, interconnectors, in order to avoid bottlenecks in supplies. The last winter showed a very high level of resilience of European gas market. Now we are at the beginning of the next winter season, but we are currently in a more comfortable position. Underground storage facilities are filled almost on 100%. New LNG terminals are in service. Savings in consumption as well, we see. So in this panel, we will discuss how to secure the gas demand in Europe in the medium and long-term perspective. And it's a pleasure to introduce speakers in these panels. So I will be, unfortunately, a little bit unpolite, to starting with the gentleman, not with the ladies. Hopefully she excuse me. So Mr. Pavel Stanchak, who is Deputy General Director of Transmission Operator of the Ukraine. Mr. Miroslav Kula, Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chief Executive Officer of company SPP. Mr. Rastislav Nukovic, General Director of Ustream and the President of the Slovak Gas and Oil Association. And then Mrs. Borbaja Takačne-Toth, she's Senior Analyst from Regional Center for Energy Policy Research. And last but not the least, Lenka Kovačovská, Independent Energy Analyst. So at the beginning, I would like to raise a common question of each of you. Is Europe, before the coming winter, really safe in terms of energy security and gas supplies? And if you maybe see some potential threats. So please, I give you 5 or 6 minutes for your explanations. I would like to start with Mr. Stanchak and with his short presentation. So please, Pavel.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to answer the question, which I didn't know before, we prepared the presentation. So, Ukraine did everything what is possible to make underground storages ready for use before the incoming season. That's why we can say that it's a lot already done. And the first slide shows just short history. What happened to the TTF price against the what is the stream via the Ukrainian corridor. And we see how we can simulate the situation, how the price is connected to the bottlenecks, to the possibility of finding the proper route, cheaper, more expensive, but to avoid bottlenecks, how it is important. The next one, it will depend on me. Okay. This is the situation when we would like to show and describe that there are some countries in Europe which already manage the situation and they are not depend anymore on the Ukrainian route, but some of the European countries are still have no good alternatives, because dependent is not a good word, but the cheap, proper alternative is not achievable yet. And this is how we see the situation. And that's why we would like to work a little bit more using already existing corridors to create alternative for such a situation when there is no possible to transport gas from Ukrainian-Russian border via Ukrainian corridor. And we try to establish we call it vertical corridor, which connects south and the Ukrainian route and make possible to deliver to those countries which still rely on this route. For example, Slovakia, for example, Austria, and others if they wish. So this is how we are going to be prepared for the incoming season, next seasons if it happened that it will be necessary. First of all, the underground system storage. This is something what we can offer to European markets, and we did a lot, including the, let's say, market helping tools like short haul. It means that if you use this underground system storage, you pay relatively small tariff, as well as you don't have to pay taxes for 3 years, and you can put this gas into the underground system storage, waiting for a proper time when you see the margin is the best for you, if you are the shipper. I promised to have it short, so the almost last slide, it shows the green, which become important, especially after the beginning of the war. We say full-scale war. And it means those green light shows existing biogas plants. This green dark, it will be the biomethane plants. So it looks like that is quite promising, and we can count on quite a big amount of energy, even comparing to today's consumption in Ukraine. But in Ukraine, there is no many customers who wish to pay the green margin, the green premium for the energy. That's why we would like also to cooperate with Czech, Poland, Hungarians, how it is possible to export biomethane, if it is biomethane, as well as this is the hydrogen route, which we created together with our colleagues from Ustream, from Czech Republic, and together with Germany, which can in the future bring the hydrogen towards Europe when the production fields are in Ukraine. Thank you.
I have some question, but save it for maybe coming minutes. But Miroslav, please, what do you think about the preparation before this winter? If we are safe, and if you see some threats?
Well, first of all, when you talk about Slovakia, we have secured enough gas for upcoming winter. Almost 50% of yearly consumption of our customers is in the storage, and if anything happens with the pipeline or the transit of gas from Russia, we have contract with the other players, other suppliers, and other sources that we can replace it immediately. So basically, more or less, this winter we are in a very good situation, much better situation than last year. So I don't expect any big troubles. Of course, the demand and supply balance is quite tight. So basically every day counts. So when we see the warm winter and the gas still flowing, I think everybody feels much better with every day that the storages are actually not even being used at the moment, or very little, and all the flow is still consumed in the end consumption in Europe. And I expect as well that if there is let's say such a winter like last year, for example,
then I would even expect gas storage being half full by end of the winter, so that getting ready for the next one. So as I see it, I don't expect any big issues this winter in Europe.
Okay, thank you. Rastislav?
Okay, I maybe introduce more European perspective. Miro told it from the perspective of Slovakia. I use stream transport gas not only for Slovakia, but at least for Central and Eastern Europe. I also can confirm that we see it in a way that now the whole Europe is in much more comfortable situation compared to the last winter, starting with storage levels. It's remarkable that now we are at the end of November and there are record-breaking levels of gas storage in the whole EU, 98%. I checked it in the morning at AXI platform, Slovakia 97. So this brings us much more comfort for upcoming winter. There are also quite significant flows of non-Russian origin. So this is a good fundament to survive this winter without any disruptions, and I don't expect that there will be some lack of commodity. What we see as a threat is that the market is still very volatile, very tight, and it can be clearly demonstrated on current gas prices, and especially their changes, if anything even negligible happens. Either it is unexpected maintenance in Norway or risk of strikes in LNG plants in Australia, which can be considered as evidence that the whole market, the whole world is very tight. And unfortunately for Europe, for upcoming years, we will compete for gas and especially LNG with Asia, and this is a threat I see in gas price. But we will see how the development will be. If there is mild winter, as it was the last 2 years, then hopefully it will be manageable.
Thank you. So these gentlemen representing more gas companies, you ladies are, we can say, scholars. So what is your perspective concerning the winter preparation? What are your expectations? Borbaya, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much also for the organizers for inviting us here. Actually, I come from a small think tank based in Budapest. It's and what we do is actually we do a lot of modeling and analysis. So I'm not on the business side, but more on the analytical part. And last year when Europe was hit by surprise by the events, we cannot say that we were not preparing for supply shocks, but we were not preparing for war in Europe. So this is why we've seen such extreme high prices. But I agree with you that Europe proved to be very resilient in a sense that despite the high prices, there were no supply disruptions. And I think when we did the analysis on modeling on REPowerEU, we already concluded last year that it's doable. So Europe can phase out Russian gas step by step, and what was defined in those plans is feasible. And I think we are very nicely moving in that direction, and we see the share of Russian supplies nicely decreasing. Still, we have some Russian gas in the mix, and this is needed to fill up the storages partly. And if you ask us about the future, we did some modeling also on future scenarios, and it seems that, of course, the logical scenario is that you just simply shut all the Russian supplies and see what that would cause. And according to our modeling, if it would have happened this year, that we would be completely without Russian gas, that would certainly drive up the prices again. And according to our results, for example, the Hungarian bill would double simply by by this move. And I completely agree with the Ukrainian modeling that some parts of Europe are more vulnerable than others to this type of shock. But to give a larger picture, I think it's very nice that we are very well interconnected now in Europe. So we've been through a lot of building of interconnectors. So I think that it's just that, how to formulate it, if there would be a need to completely phase out Russian gas and from one day to the other to serve, I think it would be feasible, especially for next winter, but also for the coming after. It would just cost a little bit more than double as much in case of Hungary than what we pay now. The good news is that in our modeling, it seems that by 2025, this vulnerability is not there anymore, and there are two conditions for that. And one is that we should be careful on the demand, so we shouldn't increase back the demand to the pre-war levels. And the other thing is that it would be very nice if the global prices wouldn't increase too much, so the Asian demand is very much impacting us. So these are the two factors that are
very interesting.
Thank
Anka,
you.
Please.
February was something like a wake-up for all of us, and the older ones of us still remember what happened in 9/11. And on the 24th of February, I was still in your shoes, Richard, but sitting in Prague. So at the time, we were all really nervous, the Czech Gas Association and our businesses, what's going to happen. And I would like to recall the song of one of the American pop idol, singer called "What Doesn't Kill Us Make Us Stronger." We are still alive, but I definitely think we are not stronger. On the other hand, we are really wounded, and the consequences of this we will have with us for many years to come. We have survived the winter surprisingly much better than we expected. I remember what we prepared for in May last year on the rationing, on the gas deliveries cuts, what the situation will be in the Czech Republic. We survived, and I think that this winter is going to be even smoother. We have to congratulate especially our colleagues in Germany that saved us a lot. They not only build the infrastructure, additional infrastructure, but also their gas businesses took to the original contracts to the Central and Eastern Europe deliveries, even on the cost that they went bankrupt and had to be acquired by the state. But this has to be reminded, and we have to thank the weather, because the weather was a huge assistance to all of us to save us, and we have to pray for the mild winter even this year. Sorry for the ski resorts, but we still need some mild winter at least for a few years to come. Where we lost is definitely the price competitiveness, not only towards Asia, but also to the other global competitors, including the United States of America. And this, I think, will have a major consequences for the future competitiveness and actually the development of industry within the European Union, and especially in the Central and Eastern European regions, because our situation has changed fundamentally, because all of a sudden we are not at the crossroads of all the pipelines, especially when I talk about the Czech Republic where I come from, but we are at the very end of the pipeline. So our negotiation power is much weaker than it used to be, and we cannot rely that we still have a big customer at the very end, so we will not be left over. So our competitiveness will be even more fragile when it comes to the future policy making, and politicians and businesses have to take this into account. When it comes to the giving some comfort for the upcoming winter, the gas storages are almost full. We have more than 99% in the Czech Republic field, but it's not a total game changer. As I said, we have to look carefully for the weather. If we have a long cold spell, then logically the capacity of the underground gas storages will be depleted much faster than we've seen last year. China has already awakened itself. There has been quite a sharp increase in the gas consumption from industrial sector in China. We will see what will come from the other Asian countries, not only from China. that's a really important thing to keep in mind for the upcoming winter, and I think that many of my predecessors have already mentioned this. We will not starve, we will not freeze this winter, even if there is a total interruption of the Russian gas flows to Europe, but the price sensitivity will be extremely sensitive, and we will really have to ration in the case on economic terms. So we will survive the winter, definitely, but the price sentiments will be really important, as we are now really part of the global world. Europe is not an island on its own when we didn't have to take care about the strikes in far, far distance Australia. Now all of a sudden strike in Australia really do matter for us. When there is interruption in any gas supply, regasification facility. And I think that this nervousness, this really tremendous price sensitivity will take at least for 2 more years. In 2025, 2026, we will see a major commissioning of the new regasification terminals, especially in the US. They should increase their capacity for more than 130%. This will alleviate the pressure and the sentiment of the markets, but we have quite tough 2 years ahead of us still.
Yep.
It actually, it's just a matter of fact how we look at things, because I wouldn't thank too much Germany for this last year, because when you look at the situation, what has led to these high prices, then it was because there was no LNG terminal in Germany. And why was there no LNG terminal in Germany? Because they were investing in Nord Stream 2 and not into LNG. So the scarcity and the bottlenecks in the European system were caused by Germany. And it's very nice that they invested quickly into those terminals, and they paid a very high price for that, but whole Europe paid an extremely high price for that. It's just, I think we talk about the same thing, it's just that my perspective is a little bit different. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight here is this extremely high price that we paid. And here maybe just two things to say. The one is that traders, though they complained a lot and they had difficult times to recontract and to find other sources, they had a very nice year. So all in all, they earned a lot on that. That's one thing. The other thing is that the consumers who paid at the end the very high price, they were subsidized heavily in Europe. And we know that extremely high price, it's Bruegel calculation that 640 billion euros have been paid to help out European consumers. And that was fossil fuel. So I think when we think about the risks of decarbonization, this was one risk. So we should, when we learn from the crisis, I agree that we all learned that Russia is unreliable, but we should also learn that gas is risky, it's volatile, it's high priced. So we should maybe look for ways out and learn also from these subsidy mistakes that we did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this first round and interesting thoughts, what you raised. But I come back to Pavel and his presentation. You mentioned the most vulnerable countries and regions concerning the gas supplies. You mentioned Slovakia, Austria, Moldova. And in this perspective, how do you see, what is your expectation for the next winter? Because at the end of the next year, the Russian-Ukrainian transmission contract will expire. So do you think it will continue, or which kind of scenario do you see as a possible? It's also a question for you, gentlemen, because you are from the companies for which it is most important, very important topic.
So we are preparing for both situations. Will be transit or not? We are trying to be prepared for that as something which may help, because usually the system expects the gas in the same part as it was before. So to keep this the direction of flow, the underground system storage in Ukraine is ready to take more gas, and if we combine this European underground system storage with Ukrainian underground system storage, then this 98% will be no longer true. And we see Ukraine as a part of the European system. We are already part of the energy agreement, energy treaty. We've voluntarily fulfilled all the obligation coming from Brussels. So from that perspective, it could be used. So it can enhance the stability, the usage of underground system in Ukraine. And second, I cannot answer if it will be transit or not. What I've heard, it might be no longer the long-term transit agreement, but it could be that the route exists, so it may happen that it will be nomination day ahead, month ahead, and this way it could be some delivery still coming towards the center of Europe. But the answer should come from the players, for those who can buy the gas, because as you know, the transmission system operator can buy only gas for the needs for the consumption for ourselves.
Okay. What are the expectations of Slovak companies?
Of course, we are getting ready, and we see it in the media basically all the time. And there are discussions about the continuation of supply or the full stoppage by end of 2024. Already now, SPP is diversified to a certain extent, so that if the Russian gas will be stopped fully, we deliver all the gas needed for our customers. Yeah. So if this happens by end of 2024, then SPP basically will deliver 100% of the gas from non-Russian source. So, and of course we are getting as well ready for a situation if the flow would continue. So it's, of course, this uncertainty is a bit problematic in order to manage the company properly. But nevertheless, that's the life currently, that everybody has to be ready for anything to happen. I think the biggest lesson learned from the whole crisis is to be ready for different scenarios which can basically happen any day. So nobody should ever rely on one source, on one company, on one direction, and basically be ready that the geopolitical situation can change. And I think that's what we have to discuss in Europe, and be sure that the security supply topic doesn't disappear in 1 year, and this will never be repeated. And of course, I believe we should openly discuss, the costs of the whole change, and it's to be really transparent that the security supply costs some money. It's not for free, and I believe it should be part of somehow of the structure of price that is paid by the end customers. That they are aware that this has to stay here if you want to have that security forever.
Okay, for Ustream, this topic is very important. It's not surprise that 50 years ago our system was built to transport Russian gas from east to west to Western Europe. Within last decade, at least last decade, many things changed. We invest a lot, especially after 2009, in terms of connection to all our surrounding countries, to make all our connections bi-directional. So now Ustream is a kind of turntable, and we basically are able to transport any source of gas to any single market within the region of Central Europe. Nevertheless, taking our geographic position, Russian flows for us are really important, and the question you raised, of course, is of our highest interest. We see it as risky because there were some claims of Ukrainian officials that they don't take into account flows after 24, when the contract between Gazprom and Naftogaz expires. But we believe that there will be a solution which can then serve as a platform to continue with the flows. Generally, or greater scheme of things, if we compare what were Russian deliveries to Europe prior to the war, it was the most important source of gas, totaling more than 200 billion a year. Now, this year it's expected about 30 billion, what is really decrease, very, very high decrease, and even without Russian deliveries, Europe can survive. But it's a question of price, as it was pointed by you. I really agree that even these small amounts of gas can serve as a kind of stabilization. And we are in the region of Central and Eastern Europe, where we are at the end of routes, pipelines, so geographically for us, any kind of source is still important. So we will focus on that in the future, and I believe that it's beneficial for the whole stakeholders in the region, and also on EU perspective, taking this risk of prices to stay with this, at least possibility of these flows. It's not necessity, but possibility. And one remark, what you said about the natural gas, future of natural gas, I consider natural gas as a really important transition fuel. Of course, reputation of gas now is very shaken, but it's not because of gas, but it's because of behavior of the major shipper for the European Union after the war. Nevertheless, this also showed what I call very naive philosophy, how European Union come to change from the fossil fuels to green gases, because even these very high prices, what we experienced last year, it was clearly visible that we don't have enough mature natural sources of energy. That's why I believe that we need calm and wise discussions on this transition period, and I suppose that natural gas will play a significant role in the targets of European Union to come to carbon neutral energy in 2050.
Thank you. For the starting of next topic, I would use one question from Slido on Miroslav. Does SPP have long-term price agreement with alternative LNG importers from Qatar or US, or is it linked to spot price?
Basically, there are two questions, so we'll answer both of them. First, we don't have any price agreement with the LNG importer at the moment. We are reviewing the market and basically getting offers, negotiating with different producers. And as it was mentioned already, I think the balance will change as of 2026 or 2027, when the new fields, either in the US or Qatar or other countries, will be open. More or less, probably more than 99% of capacities which are currently at this position are basically being used by long-term contracts. So there's no access to it, except for some spot markets. So first, no, we don't have yet, but anyway, we still have basically 2 years time to come to that place. And of course, there is a financial question: is it cheaper than current solutions that we have in Europe? Yeah, that's a little bit considered, of course. Second, is it linked to spot price? LNG contracts have linkage to different, basically, hubs, or they're priced differently. Most of them are priced to certain energy hub. It doesn't matter if it's a Henry Hub or it's TTF or any other energy place in the world. And it is spot or so-called kind of month-ahead prices. So if you come into detail, more or less all these contracts are based on some kind of energy exchanges, so there's basically almost no difference to it. So if it's a long-term or short-term, you have only some kind of little bit price advantage, because of the duration of the contract, but they're more or less all the same. Yeah, so I wouldn't differentiate too much. So what we still have to face is not a fixed price. It's not a price that you come to a producer of gas and you tell them, okay, I want to buy gas for this price for next 20 years. It doesn't work that way. So basically, there is no price security in terms of LNG contracts. If you buy LNG, it doesn't matter, your price will not change in the future if there is, again, a shortage of supply in the world, or the demand is growing more than new sources of gas.
And what do you prefer? Long-term contracts?
There's a, let's say, price advantage when, of course, you conclude the contract for 20, 25 years. in comparison to maybe short-term contracts. And so of course there's a certain advantage. However, as I said, we much more looking into diversification. So basically not to, again, come from one dependency to another one. So for sure, the sourcing of SVP will be diversified to more players and to more concepts, to more geographical areas.
Okay. Because this is maybe basically my question for all of us. If we see that the long-term contracts are back on the table, because we have seen several new long-term contracts with companies like Total, like Eni, like Shell, and so on, for 25, 27 years with US, Qatar. So do you think that this could bring a new stability to a gas market? It's important. And do you see also it as a sign that the big companies are really take it into account natural gas as an important energy source after the 2050? Because several of these contracts will expire like 2053, 55, and so on. So Lenka, maybe you can start.
New long-term gas contracts being signed, but especially by really big companies or state-backed companies, because it's not really easy to sign up to not 27, that was the last big contract, but even 10 years for a business, especially a smaller business, for two reasons. First is the uncertainty. What will the actual gas consumption be like with all the decarbonization, taxonomy of green finance, etc., the industrial development of Europe or the industrial development of Europe. And second of all, there are the capital requirements for price hedging. We've seen that this was one of the biggest challenges during the crisis, that the governments had to assist companies, give them some credits, extra credits to sustain this hedging and tradings. I think the big companies will do that, and it's important if you want to benefit from the new capacity that is being opened either in Qatar or in the US. Logically, if you are able to sign up to a long-term contract, then you're not buying cost effectiveness, but you are enhancing your energy resilience. But for that, I think only the big companies can do that, the ones that can speculate on reselling these contracts to the other markets once they don't have the sufficient demand locally. When it comes to the role of gas in European decarbonization, especially in this part of Europe, gas has still a bright future, relatively bright future compared to the rest of Europe. At least in Czech Republic, we still count on the gradual decarbonization of the district heating from coal to natural gas. There is no other source for the upcoming 15 to 20 years to substitute coal than natural gas in sufficient quantities. So definitely here in our part of Europe, gas will have a role, not only in district heating, but also as a flexible electricity generation source for backup of electricity. And I would not exclude, with increasing CO2 prices, maybe investment was on the slide of ICCCUS technologies, especially in the western part of Europe. These technologies are already being investigated into. So I think that we will see some of them, but maybe, and we haven't addressed it, the feedback from our national discussions when the European Union and your Slovak Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič has initiated EU platform and aggregate EU, the feedback from our traders, energy traders, was if this has to have any benefit, value added to the European gas market, it should focus on long-term pooling of the gas demand and signing up of long-term contracts, ideally with the European Investment Bank or other backing of the companies, so that we can hedge against ourselves. So maybe vision for Maroš to take away would be this one.
Thank you. Barbara?
I'm surprised because I think aggregate EU is really focusing on shorter term solutions, and actually it should not interfere too much with the market. So
this year should already envision longer term contracting, and this is the feedback from our businesses. On a short term, it's not real value added because we have additional tools already at hand. But if there is should there be a game changer and value added to the resilience of the European gas market, and this tool should have any value added, then we should focus rather on the longer term pooling of the gas demand, for example, for protected customers or something like that.
I think it's so nice to have different opinions, because I strongly disagree with that. That's nice. So actually, I really think that that aggregate EU should focus on short term and should be there to help out short-term businesses. And for the longer term, I completely agree with what you said, that actually there's a global market here, and if there are big players who see an opportunity in the gas market in the long term, they will be able to resell this gas to other markets. And we've seen the IEA also discussing this, that there will be demand for gas. So it's not that that gas is disappearing from the world, not at all. And in other parts of the world, there will be increasing demand. In Europe, there will be most probably decreasing demand. This is, I think we agree on that even in our region, gas demand will be decreasing. Maybe not as fast as in the Western European world, but it will be decreasing. But still, I think there is no need to incentivize or help long-term contracting in the gas market, because if those big players see the opportunity, then they can do it by themselves.
Thank you. Rastislav?
I suppose that current situation is not able to solve by short-term solution. If you would like to find another sources like Russians, we need to finally use also long-term contracts, because currently Europe sends towards producers of non-Russian origin very ambivalent signals. On one hand, we are seeking a solution, we are looking for alternative sources and are crying because of very high prices and very high volatility of these prices. On the other hand, we are very solid on our environmental goals. I mean, no fossil fuels 2050. And these two goals, these two signals don't go together. So there should be some compromise. Because if we would like to solve this issue of high prices, or take it in other way, before the war there was balance between producers and consumers. This balance was cancelled with the war, when deliveries of Russian gas are step by step significantly lower. And if I short it, the only other source which can substitute it is LNG. But it is not enough to build only regasification terminals, for example, in Germany or in Eastern Europe. But there is also need of liquefaction facilities in producers. And these producers need some security, and this security lays in long-term contracts, because there are really huge investment necessary for the facilities, for the opening of new fields and so on. So finally, I suppose that Europe and all the stakeholders should find some compromise between environmental goals and goals how to solve this high volatility of prices and searching for another source.
What does Ukraine think about long-term contracts? Sorry? Yes, please.
Markets always work. They worked even in this crisis. They will balance. The question is at what price, and whether this price is something that the national government are able to sustain. We've seen that they are not. Everybody panicked, and every single country interfered into the prices. All for the end consumers, the majority of even for the consumers. What I was trying to say that what we see, and there is expectation from the Czech Republic, we have LNG floating terminal capacity being rented for 5 years. Czech, as the big business, is already now saying that we are not prolong the contract after these 5 years, and they signed this contract only with the governmental backing, splitting the risk between the business and the government. And I think that in the end, it's about the narrative of the European Union, whether they would like to have some safe cushion of secured gas, maybe with a bit higher price, but a guarantee that at least for the protected customers, there will be a long-term price that we can predict, hedge against it, or whether we will always rely on a really highly dynamic prices. We were really lucky this winter, and probably this winter, that Japan, Korea were able to recommission the nuclear power plants. China was quite economical, shifting their natural gas supplies to us, but this might not repeat. So I would say that long-term contracts, at least to a certain point, can give us this safety cushion that we can all rely on. And what we see is, unfortunately, that sometimes the businesses on their own are not able to sustain the pressure of the traditional business. So they either should pool their demand or have some assistance, probably with the governmental backing, to at least support them orally in their initiation. But because when you go to Qatar, when you go to Algeria, when you go to Norway, everybody's asking you, okay, I'm going to give you the new contract. 10 years, 15 years, what do you want? 5? Not enough.
Okay. Pavel?
So, I would say like that. Ukraine is today balanced. It means produced as much as consumed, almost. Maybe 1 billion, there's a difference. So from Ukraine perspective, it's difficult to say what is good. For sure, from the transmission system operator perspective, long-term agreement for sure is good, but then again, there are two different, if there is a war, there's different situation. If there's no war, there's different situation. And I wonder if this common purchase platform developed by Europe could be used for that. Maybe this is the solution. And then it is easier to have long, because then there is the diversification. Yeah? There's like common, let's say, bucket when we put this gas. And in Europe, it's better to manage this than in one country. So maybe this is the solution.
You raised a good point, which is the European mechanism, aggregate EU for common purchasing of gas. There is also a question in Slido. Can common EU gas purchases help companies in the region sign long-term contracts or negotiate better prices? Do you know of any contract signed via this platform? So, because
I don't know.
Miroslav?
I can maybe open this topic as well. Well, first of all, we have to understand what the aggregate EU is about. And it was really designed for a very short time period to help during the crisis year, firstly defined for, let's say, for a gas year, then we're coming maybe to another one, and let's see. But really the mandate, even from the EU, from the politics side, was really short-term solving no issue of missing supply. Honestly, there are energy exchanges, all over Europe. So it was really, I think, designed for somebody who doesn't know where the exchange is, or doesn't want to fulfill the condition of these marketplaces which already exist, that have the financial, let's say, stability to participate in normal market mechanism. It might have been useful. On our side, basically, we never got a better offer than we can get directly. Yeah, so we never used the platform in reality. We took part in the mechanism, but never were able to find something better than you can find on normal energy exchanges, like THE or TTF, wherever. And from the partners we have already. So I think early for new players, maybe which didn't know each other, there was a, let's say, good dating place to meet and discuss potential future cooperation. But it probably makes sense, and we have to understand what the gas market is about, in terms of the infrastructure from, let's say, the upstream through the TSO and DSO, etc. They're all long-term investments. So obviously, the infrastructure will be built only when there is a long-term demand. So that's why, of course, every producer is talking to only when you take 15 or 20 years contract, because he has to secure his investment. So he will sell all the capacity he can. If they cannot sell it, then something is left for short-term business, and it can be maybe for a 5-year or 1 year or spot trading. But majority, of course, of all these investments has to be granted at the beginning, and they're trying to sell it before they drill the first hole, let's say. So that's how it works, and I think will not change the rules of the world. So for the aggregation of demand, when we discuss, what the actually producer would welcome, we have to look from the other side. How to attract, US, Qatar, or whoever who is producing the gas to Europe. And they told you, big volume, long tenor, so basically a lot of years, 20, 30, 50 years contract, whatever we can, as much as possible, and good credit terms. So if the EU can guarantee basically as well the smaller players, which cannot give some financial instruments to guarantee the payments, etc., that's the only thing which can help. So already the producer are telling you this is what should be about in future, so that if you're a smaller player, let's say from a smaller country, smaller supplier, I don't want to use any exact example, I don't want to make somebody feel bad because they're not a big company, but if you come and you ask, of course, the producer, I want to buy, I don't know, 100,000 cubic meters, I mean, you'll probably not talk to anybody. If you come, I want to buy, I don't know, 10 billion yearly, then probably somebody starts to talk to you. So that's the aggregation about, and I think it could make sense for long term. For example, putting together small countries like Slovakia and others together and basically have the negotiation power for the long-term supply. This could be a place, because this is not existing at the moment. Yeah, energy exchanges are rather as a short-term mechanism up to 3-5 years.
Small amounts are quite interesting for the biomethane producers.
Biomethane is different.
Yes, but do you think that this mechanism is also applicable for the future, not only for natural gas, for instance, for hydrogen, for obtaining of hydrogen, for instance?
It could be, only questioning of the design for short-term marketplace, because there are many short-term marketplaces already, so we basically created another one, and I think this is not the way to go.
I'm asking because in several, this hydrogen strategies from countries like Germany, they are expecting that a very significant amount of hydrogen they will import because they are not able to produce it. So that's based on my questions. Ladies, you are also want to...
To comment on the previous still, that actually this unprecedented last year that we've seen with these extreme prices, this really brought some new dynamics into the market. We all see that. On the consumer side, we see that, that there was an enormous reaction to the high prices. So what we never seen before, that this very sharp decrease in demand, which was partly demand destruction, we know, but partly it was also switching away from gas. And these very high prices for the first time made very, let's say, naturally understood for consumers that they can, on a market basis, use renewables. And I think this was an unprecedented 1 year in the history when we saw that, okay, this will happen now fast. Of course, you cannot change everything in 1 year. So now what we see is that prices are just going back. They don't go back to normal or pre-war levels, so we still see that somewhat they are higher, but they are actually on a level which seems to be okay for Europe, more or less. So we are not complaining that much anymore. And the question is that in the last year when we had the shortage, of course we wanted to have new sources. And the sellers realized that they have a bargaining power there. Of course they wanted to let Europe sign 25 years. If I were a producer, of course I would do the same. And now when prices are back, I think we should a little bit, as you said, just a little bit relax now, think about it, take a deep breath, and let's not sign those long-term contracts for 25 years. And maybe, and for sure, let's not support by governments the signing of these long-term contracts, please.
Micah?
My experience, the companies do complain that the gas is higher and uncompetitive towards the US and other competitors, so we are still complaining. That's the first remark. Second remark, I understand when the aggregate EU was drafted in the legislation, it was in a situation when the market was super tight and there was a strong public demand for a short-term solution. What I think was extremely important was also the accompanying requirements for companies and especially governments to coordinate the underground gas storages filling, because one of the reasons why the prices last summer skyrocketed was that everybody was trying to overpay the other in the EU to fill the gas storages. We see that the situation has calmed down, and when it comes to the future of the aggregate EU, I've already stated my stand that I think it should really pull the demand and be a major tool of negotiating large volume contracts with the potential new suppliers. Because I really think that China will drain down the market, and we should need something to balance at least a certain share of gas demand. When it comes to the hydrogen and your original question, during the negotiations of the fourth gas package that's now being finalized, there was a vision that the aggregate EU platform would turn into a tool for future hydrogen purchases. Yet it was concluded that so far the global hydrogen market is basically non-existent. And we don't know whether we should already prescribe these requirements to the tool that we are developing as the European Union. So I think that now we are all focusing purely on the hydrogen bank, EU hydrogen bank, where I would be quite cautious because especially for the countries here in Central Europe with not enough sunshine or offshore windmills, we don't have any. Don't guess we will get any soon. This might disqualify us from this pan-European initiative. So in the case of hydrogen, we are in a completely different market situation. We are not in the market yet. In gas, we are trying to get a bigger share of the existing LNG market. With hydrogen, we are creating a global market. And what we see already are initiatives of individual EU states signing long-term contracts, especially with some Latin America countries, some North Africa countries, to develop the hydrogen. We will see whether it will change, but definitely not in the upcoming years in the existing legislation.
In this discussion, yes, Rastislav?
Okay, I wanted to react on your question regarding aggregate EU, but please finalize.
No, I'm just want to say that we are very slowly but easy come to the another topic, which is decarbonization. And there are also several questions from Slido. So I can maybe start with the first one. What does the new anti-methane regulation mean to your businesses? Do you have any calculations, or how will it translate to consumer prices? So,
well, methane regulation is very important for our business. In Ustream, we really focus on that topic for decades, and original trigger was not environmental but commercial, because there are significant losses for everybody, for producers, for transporters, for distribution companies, for everybody. So there is natural focus how to really decrease methane leakages within the whole chain. Of course, then later, within Ustream, we introduced a lot of technologies how to really significantly decrease and save a lot of natural gas, not only methane, within our operations and maintenance operations. So we feel that we are at a very good level in reduction of methane leakages. European Commission came with very strict regulation, and when we went through, I suppose that some of the requirements are even beyond what is possible to manage, and even beyond something what is logical. Because sometimes measures which are prescribed in this regulation causes much more leakages rather than we can save. So, but it strongly depends on how this regulation, it's still not at final levels. There are still some talks at the level of Commission and Council, and I hope that these talks will end up in a clever way. But it strongly depends how this regulation will be implemented in practice. because finally member states will be responsible for implementation, and there will be some bodies which will be appointed in every single member state of taking care. And if it is, let's say, implemented in a logical way, then everything is manageable, and main goal, what is significant decrease of methane leakages within the whole chain, will be achieved. But if it is, it will be implemented illogically, it can create a lot of problems for all the stakeholders.
Do you think that companies will maybe take their own rules by tackling methane regulations, or maybe following some other international rules developed by organizations like United Nations and so on? As far as I know, Ustream, you are a part of an agreement, international agreement, OGMP. So do you think that it is currently not only something what should be set from above, but it's in the own interest of the company?
As I said, we focus on that topic not only in Ustream, but all gas companies within the chain for decades. And this is a topic which is discussed in different organizations. For example, Marcogas, I can say, which serves as kind of window and discussion point with European Commission, and in the past was very successful in proving that all gas companies really focus and successfully focus on that topic. Now there is different situation because we were not successful enough to explain that this is okay. Commission came with strict regulation. At the end of the day, it will be kind of balance, which will be fine. So, of course, we have some measures, some philosophies, internal rules, which will be combined with requirements of that regulation.
Ukraine is not a member of the European Union, but what do you think about this anti-methane regulation? Is it able for you to implement?
Yeah. So today we have a war in Ukraine.
Of course.
And methane is also biomethane. And we think that this is a problem. If we are looking for a ppm, it is a very small amount, and we are spending a lot of money to do something, to see, to search for this ppm. So it should be reasonable, and I think this is the way we go probably. But if we come to the hydrogen, it will be even more difficult and tough, and we will see what then happens.
Okay, it's also some other question on you. Will Ukrainian biogas be exported to European Union, and will the proof of sustainability be accepted in the EU for EU ETS offset?
So we do everything to allow to export biomethane, and almost full set of necessary regulations are already on the table in Ukraine. The one thing which still is open, this is the cross-border regulation, and how to, and I think we do our job, but as well as we have to look at how cooperate Europe inside between the different countries, because it is not solved yet, I think. I mean, tracing, for example, I know about problems if Denmark would like to export some biomethane into Germany. It's not easy.
And do you see some potential customers in Europe?
Yeah, there is a lot, I would say, because there is more friendly than the hydrogen. It doesn't cost so much changes, and this is well known. And that's why biomethane is something which all our neighbors would like to buy. But it has to be solved, this problem, how to trace the quality and to understand that the certificate is certificate which could be used all over Europe.
Do you see SPP Ukraine as a potential source of biomethane? or kind of an opportunity?
At the moment, as was said, there is a war, so basically really focusing on the main issues, and we're trying to develop, let's say, very small biomethane production by ourselves in Slovakia using the waste. Of course, it's let's say, first factory. We should be building probably 3-4 in the upcoming periods. But I think all this, what I have to say in general, that we are not one of the richest countries in the world, So I think we don't have resources to try all new technologies and being the front runner and invest into anything and then see what happens, So I think I would as well recommend that Slovakia relaxes a bit, takes a bit time and then uses really the technologies which are proven technically and both economically. Biomethane could be partially a solution to some percentage, not of course to all. But for all the other technologies, I would be rather more careful and wait till the technologies are more mature.
Okay, do you think also the same by another technology, CCUS? Because it's another question. Do you think that this kind of technology is currently not enough mature for us?
And we are not concerned that, and honestly, I'm not really expert for carbon capture. So I don't know if any other colleague is more experienced in that situation, please,
Okay, what about some other companies, Rastislav?
Okay, carbon capture or
carbon
biomethane?
Carbon capture.
Well, of course, currently, if you take current mix, there is kind of equilibrium of price. If you would like to come to carbon neutrality, everything is more expensive, and you need to have more steps. One of the technology we can solve the problem is carbon capture, and of course, it costs something. So, if you use gas in current manner, with CO2 emissions, then it's much more cheaper if you need to do something how to tackle with CO2 emissions. On the other hand, I suppose that this is quite interesting technology which can, let's say, be usable and be part of the whole solution how to come to the goal of carbon neutrality. But again, everything needs, let's say, clever approach to sit by table, compare, and to find, let's say, smooth transformation to this carbon neutral solutions. And this could be a part of it.
Okay, ladies?
Well, I maybe I comment to both. On the carbon capture, there is a pilot, there was a pilot project idea in Hungary related to cement factory, but unfortunately the regulations in Hungary are not really supporting the implementation of this. They are very much punishing now the cement sector, so for various reasons, and for this reason it's off the table now for the time being. So that's on a project example. And on biogas, I think with these high gas prices on natural gas, I think it's good for biogas. So everybody thinks that it's a mature technology, so we can rely on. And I think there is a growing interest everywhere, especially in Hungary for sure, to develop more biogas. And I'm sure there will be interest also for importing biogas if it will be available.
Okay.
Biomethane, it's easier. It's a major technology, and depending on the future estimation of the Czech gas consumption, it can cover somewhere between 10 to 20% of the domestic gas consumption, which is not a small figure. We've changed the legislation. It's officially supported, but it took the country the notification process. It lasted more than 2 years, but now it's over. And finally, we hope that besides the 4 biomethane stations, many more will arise, because quite a lot of the current biogas stations are close to the distribution network. So it's economical to convert them into the biomethane production. So definitely we should bet, because every molecule of domestic gas is a good one, and especially this one will be, sorry to say, better more valuable more valuable gas because it will have certificates of origin, which in the ESG and all these requirements for big businesses will be something of a big value added. And when it comes to the CCUS, I'm not expert on the Slovak geology. I think I will get rid of my citizenship. But at least in the Czech Republic, we've done some monitoring, and we don't have really suitable geology for that. To have this technology implemented on the larger scale, I agree with Rastislav that it takes much higher CO2 prices to be economically viable, but in many industrial processes in Europe, I think this might be a solution. We see the countries with a better geology that they already do invest and they operate it on a commercial basis. One of such deployment is in the United States, the other is in Canada, and we see on the northern part of Europe they are using it because they have offshore where they can inject it and increase the output of their natural gas field. So we are touching the technology, observing, and it might have some economic benefit, but for Europe to resolve this massive deployment, first of all, we need a much higher price of CO2 to make it cost attractive. And second thing, we will have to resolve the shipments, long distance shipments. What we see now that we would all be somehow dependent on the shipments across Germany. And what we see that the German citizens are not particularly eager to have Central European CO2 transited via Germany to somewhere into the Baltics or the North Sea. So there are many challenges, but I would not kill the technology in principle.
Thank you. We have less than 5 minutes, so I will have only one final question from Slido on each of you. How is the Russian invasion of Ukraine impacting the dynamics of the natural gas market, and what challenges and shifts in supply-demand are being observed as a result of this crisis? So we can start with Pavel.
Yeah, there was one slide which shows how it influences the price on TTF, for example. And we understand that a cooperation between TSOs and diminishing the number of bottlenecks can help and solve the problems. And liquidity between the markets can solve the problem in the future. Of course, what is necessary to have proper amount of resources, including LNG, FSRU, or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Miroslav.
I think most of it was already said in the discussion, but one thing clear, what I mentioned already, that we should never be again depending on one source, and I think it applies to technologies, geographies, etc. That's what changed totally. And honestly, if it really come to the situation before the conflict, I mean, there were many signals already in the market a long time ago. We just didn't take them into account. One thing was basically storage, which were basically empty as a first signal. Second, as we see it as a trader, what do you expect? How many businesses had energy purchased before the conflict for the next year? Almost nobody. So why it all happened and why there was such a price peak, nobody has sourced anything for next year. Everybody was thinking short term, what is happening the next week, the next month, etc. Nobody was purchasing. There was a good kind of practice to secure the energy for the 2-3 years in advance and kind of gradually secure our needs. So basically very diversified and let's say kind of non-risky approach, to securing your energy. When it came to short term and everything was basically on spot market, then what happened? Nobody had anything sourced, and suddenly there is a scarcity of certain resource. 95% of companies were looking, okay, I have energy for the next year, what to do? Everybody went to the market, and we saw the price. Every day 10-20% increase of prices because basically nobody had anything for next year. So I think we should as well think strategically, all of us and all the companies and as well the infrastructure companies, into some kind of a stable model, depending on more solutions, not just one, and a common sense approach as well to purchasing energy for next year.
Thank you. Rastislav?
Well, everything was changed in natural gas market after the invasion. So decades of experience, modeling and everything now are simply not valid. We needed to implement in a very short term some crystal balls. to assess what will happen. Of course, most of the topics were mentioned and discussed today within the panel. From Upstream perspective, for us, it's obvious, very important project. Maybe one comment. Since 2009, security of supply was really topic which was in detail solved, but at the time, until the invasion, it was always security of routes which were taken into account. So all the time, all member states were assessing what happens if major importing route fails. But this shows us that we have to take into account higher level of security of supply, not only roads, but sources.
Thank you. Barbara?
Surprise the audience. I think that my main message is that in this crisis, we learned that in case of supply-demand balance disruption, we also have to address the demand. So we focus too much on supply. Now, I suggest that in the future we focus on demand, and let's invest in energy efficiency. Let's invest in reducing gas demand, especially in the heating sector, because then we take away this vulnerability per se if we don't heat that much with gas. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lenka?
We've learned that everything comes with a price, and for at least temporarily we have a price tag for energy security and resilience. I'm not that optimistic that I would rely on the fact that this will last for more than 2 to 3 years, because our memory is relatively short term, but I think that it might help us somehow modify the policy so that the enhancement of energy resilience will be taken care after. And the other thing, and it's maybe a negative warning towards the energy market, it showed that basically in the end, the politicians will always interfere into the market price setting should there be really a major crisis. I remember my fights with the German deputy minister persuading me that Germany will never give up and interfere into the electricity prices, because that's the basic fundament of the Energiewende. And I told him, when the price will be about 10,000 euros, you will not interfere. And he was, never, never, this is the principle. We see that the price was much lower and they interfered. And what this shows is a lack of predictability for businesses, because they cannot rely on the fact that the governments will not interfere. So I think it's going to be quite, we have to still digest, and I think I have to sign up to what you said. We have to digest what has happened and draw our lessons learned in the upcoming months and years.
So this was the final word of our discussion. Thank you very much, excellent panelists, Lenka Kovačovská, Borbála Takač-Netóth, Rastislav Ňukovič, Miroslav Kula, and Pavel Stančák. Thank you also for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So maybe. So can we start? Ready for the last session? So we will start. Okay, in the previous panels, we heard a lot of things about the green transition in the European Union, and in the Central and Eastern European countries, we had a lot of plans, a lot of commitments, a lot of tools to achieve, a lot of actors, a lot of perspectives, quite a lot of public money, already mentioned, but still the key issue is where the money is coming from, and most of the money should come from private actors, actually, especially from the banking sector, the financial sector. So we would like to discuss these issues here, how to finance the green transition. That's the title of the panel. So it's a great pleasure to be with you, as always. Thank you very, very much for the SFPA, for the invitation. Congratulations for the anniversary of the conference. Congratulations to SFPA for 30 years of existence. And I'm very glad that I can cooperate with them. So my name is Zsolt Gál. I'm coming from the Comenius University's Faculty of Arts, Department of Political Science. And I'm in charge in teaching economic subjects over there. And I'm going to be the chair of this panel. And we have, I think, a very diverse panel. So let me introduce our panelists. So first is Ladislav Tolmachi, next to me, Executive Director, Corporate Finance Solutions from the Erste Group Bank AG. Then we have Joanna Smolik, Director of the Strategic Relations Department, Polish Development Bank. So we are having a big private banking group here. We are having a public development bank here. Then we have another actor from the private banking sector, Pavor Kiralvarga, Debt Capital Market Specialist, Treasury Department of Tatra Banka, Slovakia. And finally, last but not least, we have Stefan Kiš, who is a politician. No, he's a newly elected member of the parliament, but it's very important to note that he was working very long time in the Ministry of Finance, and he has been a founder and the leader of the unit which was called Value for Money. Probably most Slovak citizens know it. It was basically making cost-benefits analysis for public decisions. So welcome. So this is the order. We are going to have, let's say, opening or introductory remarks. So I will immediately jump in and ask Ladislav to make his presentation. And you, since you are having a PowerPoint presentation, so maybe if you would like to go there, you can move, you can stay. It's up to you.
I think let's do it directly from this spot. Thank you, Zsolt, for the kind introduction, and thank you, organizers, for the invite. I'm really looking forward to discuss with the co-panelists. Zsolt has set the scene for our discussion in terms of the current interest rate environment. I think you will pose the question to the rest of the panelists maybe as we go. Maybe let me start off with explaining what we currently see in the clean energy financing grant landscape across CE. And if I might just show you with what mandate I'm talking here, our team that is based in Vienna covers clean energy transactions all the way from the Baltic Sea down to the Mediterranean. So the clean energy transactions that we have on our book go from the current financing of the Orlen Baltic offshore wind farm, where we are very happily cooperating with BGK, all the way, for example, to North Macedonia, where Bogoslovec wind farm was one of the first large-scale industrial renewables financings in the Balkans, in the West, in this space. So from this perspective, let me maybe just jump to directly some facts. And what we currently observe over the last few years is really unabating interest from investors to raise debt for clean energy transactions. And if one looks at the curve, and you might see this, the gray curve on the chart here, we have had a period of investments into clean energy at the start of the last decade, 2010, where their investments were, the market was very lively. Then we had a period of lull, and what we are now observing since 2020, and especially in CE, there is a lot happening, but it's still probably not enough if we were listening to the policy panel. But we have seen 12 gigawatts of new clean energy transactions financed. This is just finance in CE. Until they are built, it will still take them a few months and years until we see them on the grid. But it's an immense activity that has shaped the market. If we look at where we are at 2023, that's first 3 quarters, and Baltic Power with additional 1.1 gigawatt is not yet there. It's already almost 4 gigawatt of new installations financed. If we put this into contrast with the current interest rate environment, it's a different shape of the curve. And the interesting bit about this curve is that one of the hypotheses one could have is that high interest rates lead to lower investment in clean energy. But this doesn't hold because there are many other factors impacting investments into clean energy. So maybe just to continue along and to conclude the message on the interest rates, 2 facts to take away from this slide, or maybe 3 even, would be that there are other factors at play, that's clear. However, the outlook is positive because if the current inflationary environment persists, we wouldn't expect further interest rate hikes. The decreases in the Euribor are most likely already priced in, and for longer-term interest rate swaps that are used to finance the clean energy investments, the curve is inverse. So that creates an argument for the clean energy projects to hedge, and this alleviates their exposure to very high Euribor rates to some degree. Interest rates are only one side of the picture. The second part of the picture would be the margins. And one must admit the competitiveness of the market with the banks is quite strong. So the margins to finance clean energy transactions have gone down, and that has balanced to some degree the increase in the interest rates. And since we are in CE, one last factor to mention, and that is financings are not done only in euros in the CE area. There is a lot finance in zloty, there is a lot finance, or was a lot finance in Hungarian forint, to a lesser degree in Romanian lei, but the base rates in these currencies are very much different, and that hasn't stalled the investments, as well as the low interest rates didn't really permit a big inflow back in the days when there was different market dynamics. And if you'd still bear with me for one slide to conclude why maybe the environment is so vivid now in terms of clean energy finance. And since I'm from a commercial bank, if I can use this to summarize the current challenges and opportunities on the market. So definitely a challenge is an interest rate environment. Another aspect, and I'm just going to go quickly through this because the slide is quite full of bullet points. Price inflation is another factor. We have seen turbine manufacturers that have increased their sales price of turbines from one quarter to another by 200,000 euros per megawatt. That led to a slowdown in the market at some period, but now, since the recovery in the prices that went down, luckily, the environment has taken note, and again, those investors are back with their investment decisions. Another aspect is, and very important one for the renewables in the midterm and long term, it's captured price risks. The more renewables we build, there will be a bigger pressure, especially in the solar PV area, on the revenues of the transactions that are exposed to the market risks. Another item is volatility in the power markets. This we can sort of deal with in the structuring of the transactions, with the debt service coverage ratios, and anybody who's raising debt with a commercial bank will know that there are tools for that, or with a state bank, will know that there are tools for covering this. What might have been very unhelpful in this crisis period, that were technology-specific inframarginal revenue caps that were introduced in different markets. One example was Poland, the other was, for example, Romania, that were not really in line with, we think, what the EU policymakers have intended. So, for example, the price for the contracted power in Poland was kept at 100 euros a megawatt hour for a certain period, but this hopefully will last with the removal of these emergency measures. But probably the biggest issue with which the lenders and the projects are grappling with is the permitting and grid capacity. Maybe, and now to conclude on very optimistic, and we should be very optimistic, I would say, given the activity that's ongoing, what are the opportunities? And definitely power price environment is a lot helping what is currently happening, and the outlook remains that power prices might remain in this environment a lot longer due to just gas being the marginal power generation source. So that gives us an outlook for the power price environment stability. EU electricity market design, a big hope again, and there are two big pillars that the banks will rely on in the future for financing the transactions. Those are power purchase agreements and contracts for differences that should live side by side next to each other. Electrification and electromobility, again, another trend that is a huge opportunity for clean energy financing, and decarbonization of industry could be one bullet point with those. Public perception of risk is more or less mostly positive, although there are public debates, I think, everywhere, but in general, the trend, I would say, is positive. And one big thing on the policy panel, again, was highly mentioned by the TSOs, DSOs. It's the energy storage options that we'll have in the storage in terms of battery energy systems and prosumer measures. So thank you for bearing with me for this short intro, and kindly that would conclude my opening notes from Erste Bank perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this short introduction, and also for keeping the time limit. I didn't explain the order, so it's very simple.
Ladislas was going first because he's coming from the Erste Bank group, and Erste means first. So it's quite obvious, but it's also the largest banking group in the Central and Eastern European region. Now, the reason for the second panelist in order, Joanna, is, of course, she's coming from the largest, not banking group, but country in the CE region, Poland, and probably it means also the largest public funded development bank. So please, Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. Let me give you a brief overview how the development banks look at the energy transition process. I totally agree with everything what Ladisław already said. I mean, on the part of renewable assets financing, that quick overview give you the information how all banks, even the development banks, perceive the renewable market. But let me give you a brief overview what banks should do in the medium run. Because financing renewables is, of course, something which is perceived as, let's say, ultimate model for the energy transition. I mean, we all know that we need to have as much renewables as possible, so as to decarbonize the energy sector and also to keep the prices low. However, when we dig into that in the details, we need to have also in mind that everything what happens in the medium term, in the medium run, is also very important for the energy transition. I mean, we have to look on everything what is on the, let's say, critical path to the ultimate energy transition. So the net zero in 2020. So probably part of you had an opportunity to listen to the panel on energy market model, and it was said there that what is important on the market and on the implementing renewables is the implementation costs. So we have to also look at all the developments that will diminish the implementation costs of the renewables into the system. So when we think about the financing, we need to cope with those factors, and we need to solve a couple of dilemmas, and one of it, and sometimes the dilemmas are mutually exclusive. So let me give a brief introduction into those dilemmas which banks are normally coping with on everyday basis. So first, what is more important, the energy security or the energy decarbonization? Of course, in the medium run. In a long run, there is no dilemma. The energy decarbonization run leads to the energy security, and it is obvious. But in the medium run, we need to also think about the energy security, because as we all know, renewable assets need to be balanced in the energy system, and we need to find out the solutions how to solve that problem. And then when I listened to the previous panel on the energy markets, there were a lot of questions how to achieve that goal, but there are no exact solutions for that. We know that we are having the battery storage, that we are having gas-fired power plants, but it is important to find the right path so as to influence the integration costs. We also have the pump storage power plants. and others. And the other dilemma is the ambitions versus the real needs. It includes everything what I said before. I mean, whether we only should perceive the net zero in 2050, or whether we should perceive also the needs in the medium run. I always try to think about the energy transition process as let's say, heart transplant surgery. And what is important for us is to keep the patient alive. I mean, so we need to, before we do the heart transplant surgery, we need to find the feasible solution for that. And sometimes we need to wait for the feasible solutions. And in the meantime, it is important for the patient to for example, to have a heart stimulator, or I know any bypasses and so on. So we need to think about in the energy financing, in the energy transformation financing, we need also to think how to finance all those solutions which are not permanent but temporary. But in the temporary phase, they can keep the system. They can keep the system balanced. What is also important from the banking point of view is the situations when we have the dilemma that we have almost that we have on one side we have the financially obsolete assets, like for example gas-fired power plants, because banks nowadays are not eager to finance gas-fired power plants due to the ESG policy, due to the taxonomy. And on the other side, we have financially immature technologies like hydrogen, like battery storage. It is not, you cannot find many financial solutions for that. They are perceived by the bank as the immature technologies, although from the technical point of view, they are already matured and we know how to do that. But from the financial point of view, they are not very financing ready. And another part is also should the global rush of the similar renewables projects development should be perceived as a threat for the banks. I mean, and already Ladislav already said something about that the rush results in capex inflation, and this is also problematic for bank. And last but not least, should we only focus on the energy generation assets, or should we divide our attention also to the wider value chain? And so in my opinion, responsible financing should include everything what I said. I mean, we should look at the ultimate perspective of the market, but we also need to keep the patient alive. So we need to also finance and be ready to finance all the solutions which keeps the balance on the market in the medium run. And in my opinion, banks' appetite to finance the transitional assets are, let's say, moderate, and we should enhance this part of the market. And as an introduction, I would say I will stop in here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are just in the middle, so yes, we are already having the first question. That's what I wanted to mention, that there is a possibility through the Slido application to post some questions. So we are ready to answer them after the introductory remarks. So thank you. And I just want to let you know, everybody, that you can join and you can even vote for your favorite question if you don't want to pose one. So we are going to continue. I mentioned that I have some explanation. So now Pavel is the next in the panel. He is the third one, and Tatra Banka, he represents it for a very long time. It used to be the third largest bank in Slovakia, so obviously this is the order. So please, Pavel, the floor is yours.
Pavel, as was already mentioned, from Tatra Banka, still third largest bank in Slovakia in terms of asset side, but we like to say that we are number one corporate bank in Slovakia. And we are part of RBI International Group for those who don't know Tatra Banka itself. And I think we can all agree that banks play a crucial role in green transition. And I can share my experience as well. I'm from a treasury department of the bank, and unlike my panel colleagues who already presented their thoughts, who are on the, let's say, origination side of banking business, so providing loans to our final customers. I'm doing a slightly different job in the bank, and I'm mainly responsible for getting funding and additional liquidity for the bank, so issuing bank bonds. It is, of course, very much connected in the bank, what we do and how we do, but what I can share with you is the experience with so-called green bond issuance. So maybe some of you have already heard about that, maybe some of you have experience with that. Nevertheless, it is a big trend in the past several years, which affects corporates, sovereign issuers, but also bank issuers. So what does that mean? Issuer of a bond, so a company, or in our case, a bank, borrows money from capital markets, from institutional investors, issues a bond. Those investors could be asset manager, pension funds, with the promise that these money, that these proceeds from the bonds will be issued, in our case, in case of the banks, to finance green projects or projects that have positive environmental impact. Why banks do it? Because there is quite big demand for it from investors. So what I want to say by that it's not only regulation and jurisdiction that kind of pushes bank more to green transition, but also demand from investors. More and more green bonds are being issued. For information, so far this year, in terms of the most standard senior unsecured bond, so in terms of like standard senior unsecured loan that banks issue, 20% of Euro primary market were bonds, roughly 20% were bonds labeled as green bonds. As a result, all these proceeds from such bonds, the bank have to use to finance green projects. It could be, of course, renewables as well. It could be some other asset classes such as energy efficient real estate, clean transportation, etc. And then the banks have to report that in future to show to investors how the money of the investors have been used. And when discussing with investors, when we are on the market issuing bonds and collecting demand for investors, I can say that more and more investors are interested in the proceeds, how we're going to use it, what we're going to do with money, and what we are going to finance. And more investors want more detailed reporting. So for those of you who are responsible for banking of your corporate business, that's also one of the reasons why banks many times ask you for detailed reporting, because then eventually those banks need to report it to their investors and to prove that the money has been used effectively to finance green transition, reducing CO2 emission, etc. And we expect that we're going to see more and more pressure on this. not only for the issuers that issue so-called green bonds, but basically, especially when it comes to banks, for any issuance, even if it is not green, if it is standard, we already see it, and we expect that investors will be asking the issuer, in our case the banks, how the money will be used, what governance has the bank implemented, what portion of their portfolio is let's say, sustainable. So it is a big thing, and the banks can feel pressure not only, let's say, towards their final customers, but also from their investor side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are getting, last but not least, to Stefan. And I think he's in good position to be able to see the processes from the viewpoint of the executive branch of the state, as he was long working in a Ministry of Finance, but also as a legislative branch, as a newly elected MP in the parliament. And the reason he's the last, because politicians are always having the last say. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, all. Yes, you're right. I think the politicians should come last, because they usually come first, and the whole debate is about politics and arguments about among them, and instead we should listen more to experts and professionals. So I agree with this order, but despite of me being now the member of parliament, I will try to come with a couple of more policy-wise arguments in this panel. I think the bottom line is that we in Slovakia still don't see the green transition as an opportunity. It is in our public debate, it's more seen as an obstacle, as a cost that is in our lives, in the businesses, and I think we should be working on changing the mindset. As the green transition is not only a necessity, but it is a opportunity, and the most developed countries have already realized that, and are accommodating their policies according to that. We in Slovakia are still a little bit lagging behind, and hope this could change throughout the upcoming months, probably not years, because this is extremely fast trend, and if we don't catch up, we may end up lagging behind, and it's an important factor that will drive our living standards for the years ahead. As far as financing is concerned, I would distinguish between public and private finance. So first, public, and this is one of the symptoms, I would say, why we don't see this as an opportunity. We have in our disposal very large amounts of money that are allowed to be financed as green projects. All this money is from EU various sorts of vehicles, of budgets. Like, we all know the EU funds and resilience fund that is a lot of the debate about, and also, like, for example, modernization fund, where we currently have 4 billion euros at our disposal, and we are not able to spend it, and we're not able to spend it efficiently. It's just somewhere there in the Ministry of Economy and Environment, and we have so far decided only on the projects of 50 million out of the 4 billion, which is the whole envelope. And of course, especially high inflation is taking its price. and the utilization could have been done earlier, and we could already see the fruits of these investments. Overall, overall envelope of various European funding of this kind is up to 15 billion euro up to 2030. To give you a relative perspective, it's around 15% of our GDP. So it's really a huge amount of money, and we are living in the times of austerity. The fiscal consolidation is necessary. Otherwise, our economy and our living standards would suffer. And the actual extra bonus of this money is that they are not what do we say deficit increasing, because they are balanced in the budget. So they do not increase the public deficit and debt of the Slovak public finance. So it's only a matter of capacity of the ministries of the government, and to create the project and be able to spend those money wisely. Also relating this debate comes into whole Fit for 55 discussion at European level. I would argue that Slovakia is in a relatively comfortable position to deliver to these goals. We were also arguing in our materials that we can actually do it in a relatively cost-efficient way, especially given our industrial history, etc. You may be familiar with that. But what is important, of course, we still need to look for the best value for money we can get from this transition. And also, from my previous capacity, I oversaw the analysis where we produced the so-called marginal abatement cost curves that actually provide a guideline on what would be the most efficient way how to fulfill these goals and which projects we should finance. So the guideline is there. It's the only matter of decision to allocate this funding into right projects. And of course, public money is by far not enough for this transition, and we need to find a good balance between public and private budgets, including some innovative financing mechanisms on how to combine those two in order to be able to produce the best possible projects in order to target these goals. In order to do that, we need to do a lot of reforms. I'm talking about especially Slovak context. It may be similar in some other countries, but especially in our case, we are actually struggling for, I would argue, already almost 2 decades with substantial labor market, education, innovation system, and other reforms that would prepare our economy, meaning households and enterprises for this transition. If we don't do that, we won't be ready for a successful green transition. And this is maybe a little bit of a political comment, if you allow me. But given the fact that, as I mentioned in the beginning, we don't proceed with these policies as an opportunity. It's more of more seen as an obstacle or cost, and we can actually, I would argue, we can see it in the policies. In Slovakia, we are lacking the substantial reforms in many sectors. We need to prepare like for example, the whole governance system, how to spend any innovative money that we want to use, not only specifically green. We proposed, for example, as in our pre-election program or manifesto, one of the measures was that we think there should be some kind of, let me call it, government innovation hub that would help deploy the innovative practices and funding into the private businesses. And there is a whole list of reforms that need to be done in order to succeed with the green transition itself. And the current political prospect, to me, I'm the opposition member of the parliament currently, doesn't give me too much optimism, and the reason is mainly the track record of the current government, which in a similar composition has had an opportunity to conduct these kind of reforms, and we haven't seen them, and the result is that the convergence of our economy has slowed down substantially. We were seen in Slovakia as a tiger of the Central Europe, which converged quickly in the early 2000s, and then this process stopped. So what we need the most essentially is a stronger drive towards difficult reforms that could actually provide a room for green transition among other goals, policy goals we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the contribution.
we contracted, or the speed of applications shows that there is a lot of potential even from the demand side, from the households, and there is even after spending the resilience fund allocation on the house reconstruction, there is still a lot of room and potentially money that can be invested, and this can substantially help the green transition. And comparing any of these technologies or the sources of the green transition, I would argue the common denominator elsewhere would be value for money. We can compute the additional marginal contribution of geothermal or other source of energy or reconstruction to houses. This can all be put on the same axis and compared in terms of what would be their cost efficiency towards the goals we want to achieve. So.
I would say that the retail market is very efficient on the financing of the renewables, and the best proof for that is that in Poland the vast majority of the PV solars are installed on the roofs of the private houses, and of course there was a government scheme to finance those installations, but they weren't considered to be it was effective, but it wasn't sufficient enough to make it. They at least I don't know how to say it in English, but the scheme provided not sufficient amount of money so as to get the investment decision. I mean, the investment decision relied not only on the money which were granted, but they relied on the predictability of the energy prices made by the consumers, and their willingness to secure the future energy prices from their own energy production. But the retail market proved to be very effective, and they performed the vast majority of those installations. And as far as the medium-sized projects are concerned, and especially the one in the district heating, this is a very problematic part of the business. I mean, the district heating is very capex intensive and very prone to the energy prices. I mean, this is the regulated business. This is a regulated part of the business. It is difficult to influence this is very difficult to influence the prices on that market, and what is more, it is very difficult for the time being to find out what technologies should be implemented so as to decarbonize the district heating. The question was about the geothermal. But the geothermal technology can be implemented only in a very specific regions. They are not to be, let's say, implemented everywhere. And apart from the geothermal, it is very difficult to base the whole district heating system on the renewables. For example, let's imagine the big city like Bratislava or Warsaw. It is almost impossible to implement only the renewables and to provide the heat for the whole town. We need to rely on the fossil fuels for some time. And it is also very problematic because when the investor needs to take the investment decision and to perform the capex intensive investment, the perspective should be longer than 10 years. And in fact, in 10 years' time, the gas-fired, the CHPs can be, let's say, obsolete to this extent that it cannot be included in the system, and they need to be backed by the renewables added to the heating system, and this makes the installation even more capex intensive. So when you put that in the regulated regime, and that you cannot pass every cost on the consumer, it is becoming even more problematic. So, but definitely the heating system has the potential. It has the huge storage potential for the energy system, and we should consider it as a significant part of the energy transition. Thank you.
Just a couple of sentences on this, and again from a slightly different perspective. So these smaller projects, the question was somehow related whether it is only about big projects or also the smaller ones. I can confirm, I'm sure that investors, let's say in bank green bonds, would like to see more smaller projects rather than one big ones, for sure, for diversity reasons, etc. So that would be definitely helpful. However, just one remark, what we need to still take into consideration that, and I agree what was already said, that even if the project is green, it still needs to undergo standard bank risk procedures, and the bank needs to follow all regulatory limits, ratio, etc., allocate capital, etc. There are so far for the banks no benefits in terms of, I don't know, better limits or lower capital requirements for green projects compared to non-green. So it might just happen that even if the bank would like to finance some projects, it might be under, let's say, conditions that are not as attractive to the final customer as the customer would like to see. Thank you.
There are plenty of questions still to go, Jolt. But the solar PPA, maybe just on the geothermal, you know, because there were a couple of questions for the geothermal part, what is the biggest risk in the geothermal project? It's the drilling, right? And the banks will not be able to take the drilling risk in a geothermal project. There have been, we've got currently 2 large-scale geothermal projects, for example, in our books in Vienna, but there is really a lot of transactions that have been done locally by the banks of Erste Group in individual countries, whether it was Hungary, that were used for district heating. And it was beautiful hearing what Joanna was saying about the regulatory formula that needs to take account of that to make the revenues then viable in a district heating transaction that delivers heat under that framework. And I think we would prefer the solar PPA question, because that's one we are discussing a lot on any event we go to.
So maybe finally some additional notes on these solar panels.
So the solar PPA, maybe, okay, kindly, if I can start for that, and contracting of the renewables in the current landscape, I think the new EU market design really stands on 2 legs. One is the contracts for differences, and the second would be corporate or utility or whatever you name them, power purchase agreements. Solar PPAs are problematic, as the question already starts with, because of the profile that, of course, a solar power plant delivers. So with that, I would, however, not fully agree with the interpretation that there is a lack of solar PPAs in the region. It's maybe visible in some countries, but there were solar PPAs concluded in Romania. In Poland, there is plenty of solar PPAs now being structured in Romania, if you just take that country, or Hungary. from various off-takers. I don't know, we have seen telco companies, we have seen breweries that were interested on buying the power with PPAs. Definitely a longer tenor than 10 years would be very problematic. What we see now, and a very good resource for that is, for example, the researcher Pexa Park, who notes this trend of backwardation of the PPAs. They are becoming shorter with higher prices. But the solution, and we as the banks would like to convey the message, we don't want, I think, the revenues of a power plant, solar power plant, for example, that we will be financing to be fully contracted. We can take part of the merchant risk if also equity participates with us on sharing the risk. And then it's really up to the particular how we set up the debt service coverage ratios and other parameters of the financing to be able to work with PPAs in the current environment.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I mean, we can structure almost every structure, financing structure on the PPAs. I mean, we can accept the longer or shorter merchant tail. This all depends on the debt sizing, the DSCR, and the gearing ratio on the project. I can understand that it is difficult for the off-taker to fix the energy price for the period of 10 years or even longer, especially when we take into account the off-taker from the energy intensive one of the energy intensive sectors. I mean, this is extremely risky for the producer and for the off-taker to accept that situation. That's why I can understand that there is a pressure to shorten the PPA tenor, and banks are, let's say, are more eager to accept the longer PPAs. However, if the prices are let's say, if the prices compensate the shorter tenor, we can accept also the shorter tenors, for example, 7 years, with a cash sweep mechanism, which effectively shortens the tenor of the financing, and that could be also acceptable for banks. And I know that the PPA structures are becoming more and more aggressive, and hopefully they would survive, and they will secure the financing for the installations.
Thank you very much. Last word from any other panelist? So I then take the floor. I have only 2 obligations now. I think we had a fruitful discussion. Now we understand much better where the money goes, why the money goes there, and under what conditions the money goes the green way after this panel. So the first obligation is to announce that this is not the end of the conference yet, because tomorrow we are going to continue. So see you tomorrow morning. And the very last and final obligation is to thank for the panelists for their contribution. So thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Okay. Recommended or no?